The trick, Hilly, is to make it so you fucked up either way, right? Greetings, hi, hello, howdy, hey, how are you? Welcome, hi there, hello, everybody. What's going on? Hi, welcome, hello, hi, Marie, Jacob, Kaba, Dawn Light, Illy, Cynthia, Cass, hello, hi, everybody. What's Wazia? Hello, hi, Sam, how are you? Jump on in on that microscape while you can. Maybe we do a drop today. Let's see. Let's make sure. Let's see who else we've got going on. No one else has run a drop, so I'll go ahead and do it. Don't want to step on anybody. I think I have one. I mean, I know I have a number, but I think I have, like, the timer's up. Yeah, okay. I don't know if it caps or if I've just somehow managed to stay at 20. I think it either visually or literally caps, but either way. We'll send that on. I have continued fishing. My fishies are mini, I think, at this point. What do I have for Robster? 4,200. All right, that's not a bad amount. So now I assume and hope that I can cook it. Okay, good, I can. I was like, what if I can't cook it? That's embarrassing. But I can cook it, so it's not embarrassing. Fire, rock lobster. I feel like there's like should be a range or somewhere, but I don't know if that's actually a thing. I think it's just fire. I think it's just fire all day long. All right, let's get ourselves going on some lobbies. You brought peace to the Gray Mourner in Hollow Knight this morning. That's good. I wish I remembered who the hell any of these people were. I know the game. Like, I've played it. You guys have seen me play it. I actually feel like I'm semi-decent at the game, but I don't remember any of the names. Not a fucking one. This place is busy. 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 Uh-oh. Apparently cooking is all the rage in Europe these days. Oh, I think I've only fought her once. I only did the delicate flower because I hate doing that walk, right? So it's like, I think I know what you're talking about, but I think I have only fought her once or twice, so I don't remember her very well. No, I want to be somewhere else. It's cooking, lobster, highlight activity. I guess I can't highlight. It'd be nice if I could find other spots to do it, but they were all nearby. There was one right here. Maybe I can cook a lobster here without waiting in line. You go to Drymore Village for cooking? Well, you're better at things than I am. Did I? Okay. I was thinking, and I think I need to really, hopefully, find the time and to do the VOD split. Where I can have music playing, but it doesn't go onto the Twitch VOD. Problem is it doesn't work with YouTube, so it doesn't buy me a whole lot. But at the same time, like, I think, and it could be weird, but like, I think that the lack of like playable music is part of what's taking a lot of energy away. I think that was able to bring, like, I think of any time that someone's having fun and it's good time and stuff, and it's like there's a soundtrack to it. And we've been living in silence or just game stuff for so long that I wonder how maybe it's not applicable, maybe it's NA, but maybe it's not. Set a timer while you were playing, and each attempt to deliver the delicate flower, then backtrack. When I failed, it took around 13 minutes. Ugh. Those sort of things drive me nuts. So As you guys may have heard or seen or noticed or not cared or whatever, I have Runescape going on in the background, which is mostly the we hanging out stuff. So the game is kind of whatever. Like I enjoy it, but I'm just collecting stuff and trying to level very difficult to level things. What is it that I need to kill here again? Ghosts. I don't even know where to go for fucking ghosts. The only ghosts I know of kick my ass. So pretend like I don't know on that yet. What do we have on Le Map? What are you? ALQ? ALQ? AL Cutie? So anyway, but yeah, I did start a drop thing. Be sure you get your drop if you would like. If you only come over to grab your drops, then welcome and enjoy, you know? How's it going, Smart Cookie? Desiree, good to see you. Suli, how you feeling these days? I hope well. I hope your absolute best. Hey, Verkey, how you doing? And now we're in silence. You went to your mom's best friend's memorial service. I've known her all my life. It was nice to see friends acquaintances from your childhood. I'm both happy you got to see them and sorry you had to do that. Apparently, there are no trees for anybody today. So, Max was saying that there's a double XP event coming up. I don't know how these work, and he was excited about it. He's like, "Oh, this is your first time." And my presumption is double XP means that I do stuff and I get twice as much XP. Call me crazy, but it's kind of the thought process I have there. Let's do this for now. Wait. Is that my problem? Limited side effects of the radiation. You're about halfway through the treatments. So, was the radiation always a regular follow-up, or was it something that they decided they needed to add on? I feel like it was like, from what I understand, you had responded well, to the Kibo and everything, and then is radiation just the natural next step? Or, I mean, assuming you're okay with talking about it, you know, like, as I never want you to share something you're not comfortable sharing. But I don't know what adrenaline crystals are, but I just really picked some up. They're valuable. You know, I picked up 6. They're worth 10K. I mean, you know, like, valuable is relative, but still. What I have been doing, though, and it's like, for the longest time, my woodcutting was always my highest, and eventually, and rune crafting was kind of behind that. As I've built Fort Fuckery, crafting has caught up, or construction has caught up to where it became like my next 80. And then I'll tell you, I'd kind of ignored thieving for a long, long time. And I don't know what point it ticked. I think it's here. I think it's 62, Mistalin saves. I unlocked safe cracking. And I'm going to be honest, as far as like the repeat activities for skilling and stuff like that, safe cracking is by far the most interesting and engaging for me. I think most of what it is that it gives enough experience. It's interactive enough that there's a little bit, but it's not so interactive that it's obnoxious. But the main thing about it is that it actually gives you experience. There's so many things that you do with this that, like, you know, you get experience. You have to just keep doing it over and over and over and over and over and over and over. But it's not like, wow, I got, you know, this is wow. You know, it's like chopping a tree. I get 188 each time. It's like, okay, all right, 188, you know, like I've got 275,000 to go. and I need 180 at 188 per log. That's a lot of logs, right? You could do the math if you want. I'm not going to. But save cracking feels different because it gives it's kind of, you know, not terribly involved, but a little engaging. But it also, like, you feel like you're getting something out of it. You feel like the like, you know, it's like, wow, I'm watching this progress, and it changes the skill from being where you just kind of like do your thing and have it kind of passively raised to where it feels good to actively work it. Hey Kurosu, how you doing? And so anyway, I unlocked safe cracking, and I was like, this is kind of fun. And I started doing it. I was like, oh my God, this actually generates experience. And then once it started kind of getting a little bit easy, then it's like I unlocked a new one, and it gave me more experience. And so it's like every 10 levels or so, I've been able to unlock newer saves, and the game itself doesn't change, but the difficulty goes up a little bit, but also the reward. And it's been genuinely, like, I've been into it. So my thieving has gone from the 62, which is what it was probably 2 weeks ago, to where now it's my highest skill and my very first one that I've hit 90 on. So it's just well done. It's just one of those, it's simple enough, but it's like well done enough that I enjoyed it and would go. But I just barely hitting 90, I unlocked hidden saves, which not literally hidden, but it's like there's saves that are kind of hidden away. And I found a spot that has 3 saves in them in the wilderness, and I've been tapping that, and let me tell you, that shit's been valuable. Like, I've gotten crazy, I mean, not crazy, but like, you know, compared, like, not only besides XP, it's like I've gotten good things, you know. So I mean, it's only because you haven't been around, Cynthia. What's up, Big Boy Comic? And you're welcome, Trip. I hope you enjoy. You're always running them. Actually, like, I try not to run them as often. Like, I kind of go about once a week or so. There's already a cooldown, but like, I try to. I want other people to be seen too, so I check to make sure that there's not other people on before I start one of that sort of thing. But nonetheless, I'm glad that you're able to get drops from it regardless. So at any rate, it just was kind of one of those interesting, like, discovery things. The other thing that has been pulling me in a little bit is I unlocked an area called Menaphos, which is an entire city, and the city has reputations and stuff, but the city is kind of interesting. It was a very, I think it's one of the more recent, maybe not most, but one of the more recent additions to RuneScape. And it's done almost in a, like, self-contained kind of thing. Like, most of RuneScape, it's like, okay, you have all this, but if you want to go to use the Grand Exchange, you know, the auction house, you got to go back to the one place. It's the first place I've seen that has, like, its own auction house, has its own, like, it's all, again, self-contained. And so I've been kind of working there and building up some of those pieces and doing some of those things, and that's been fun as well. So, diamond ring. Wow. Oh, wow. But, so, as I was saying, Max said that there's a double XP event coming on. And from what I am gathering, there's a certain amount of time where you will get double XP for your actions. So my thought is I have a couple things left to build in Fort Fuckery, some of which I don't have the skill level for, but some I do. The first of which is the Town Hall Tier 3. The Town Hall Tier 3, wherever the hell it is, Chapel, Town Hall Tier 3, is worth 208,000 experience. So if I do that during double experience and it works, then that's 416,000 experience, plus whatever bonuses I can add on top of that, right? So that seems pretty good. It takes 60 magic framed magic frames. Now these frames are kind of a bitch. like, in order to do a frame, I've got to go over and it's like, if I wanted to do a U-frame, it's, let's see, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, I think you gotta for each frame, you gotta take your logs, you gotta cut them into planks, then you wait. That you can pause with a cooldown. Yeah, he said something about that you can pause it, which could be useful for me because it's like I don't, you know, I'll be streaming and stuff like that, assuming so. But I don't know how the pauses work. Like if it's like at any time I can be like start stop, or if it's like you get one pause and I just have to split it between those or anything. I presume that it's not the second, although it'd be really cool, or not the first, but it'd be really cool. So you build. Oh, I grabbed one too few planks. So it takes 12 logs to get yourself one frame, and then in order to actually build that, you've got to make planks, and then you've got to turn those into refined planks, and then you've got to turn that into the frame. And so you're looking at like 20 seconds of just for of construction on the thing, and now I have one U frame, right? And it wants 60 of those, and that's not even counting the logs, which you need 12 of in order to do a frame. So each frame's worth 12, right? Yeah. So, and it wants 60 of those. So I've been gathering some of that. We're getting there, and I have 71, but in order to make all the ones that I need for the different levels, I needed 964 more magic logs. I've collected 719, so I still need 200. So I've got to sit there and bang on a tree for a little while and convert more of those. But I figure that's probably a really good use of the double XP. Like, that's an absolute fucking boatload of XP that you get out of building Fort Fuckery. And so, like, it seems like a good use of my time there. You're thankful you're already 99 before Fort Fuckery and only had to upgrade the buildings. It's been great to level with, honestly. Like it, you know, I'm at. If I get some boosts, which if I hop onto the skilling world, it's possible for me to do because there's so many pulse cores and they'll give me some boosts and stuff. But like the command center tier 3 is 99. That one's kind of out of range. Chapel is 90. I'm 82, so probably not. But I think like the kitchen I can do. Yeah, 85. So like at the very least I can add the kitchen onto it. It's 50 more. So that's 110 magic frames that I got to come up with. Like it's a lot of magic logs and stuff like that. But I'm kind of prepping for that for whenever this event happens. Hey Kent, what's up? What is construction like in RS3? So there's a couple different ways. There's this fort I'm in right now is player built. So basically like I have upgrades to each one. When you start out, it's just literal stones on the ground and you build the walls and stuff. And it's like, you literally just tap. I mean, and I guess I should verify first, is this a genuine question? Like, if this is sarcasm, I don't need to fill it, but I just, you know, I'm happy to explain. I just wanted to know. But basically, when you're building one of these, it gives you 4 hotspots that are your construction spots. You click onto it, and you're like, tap. And it will move around which is the best hotspot to use. All of the hotspots will build, but if you build on the best one, then you get better XP returns. And so it's like, you can AFK it if you want and get less, or you can focus and pay attention and get more, which is really a very big theme with RS. It's designed with both in mind of like, do you want to just AFK this and you'll take things at a lesser rate, or do you want to like focus and you'll get stuff faster, but you gotta, you know, actually be paying attention. So you get 3 or 4 hotspots. You click between them and it'll move around, and then, you know, over time it just kind of builds it up. The other thing that you could do is there's a player-owned house that you can build onto that I don't do a whole lot with. They're supposed to be reworking them and hopefully making them a little bit more interesting. But there's player-owned homes where you get, again, hotspots. You click on it, you're like, I want to build this. And it's like, do you have the materials? And I'm like, sure. Actually, one of the things that I could show you is, if I grab my plank box, let's put the bird's nest and that away, and then grab some mahoganies. bit more, and then maybe get a candle or two, and then a bolt or two, because we don't know what it's going to be. And then we'll wander down to the agent. But yeah, so you have a player-owned home. It gives you hotspots. You click on it, and you tap on it, and your guys are like whack, 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 whack. And then after a little while, it's like, ta-da! You build something, and it gives you some experience. And then finally, there's what are called flat packs, which is basically furniture, but you know, IKEA furniture, meaning that you're at a workbench just making it. You're not actually in a home doing anything. And then you end up with the flat pack version of it, the box version, and that's like basically how you grind the construction XP. That's how you get like, okay, I've got to get 200,000 before now and the next thing I actually want to build. So we talk to this guy, we get a contract. He gives us a contract of like, hey, this person needs repair. Shopkeeper in Edgeville. Okay, got it. And so we head over to Edgeville. Am I feeling better? Sure. Trisha, thank you for the gifted sub to Ken and Bella Jordan. Appreciate that. Congrats, Kid. Congrats, Bella. Pie of Conquer, 53 months as well. You see, we are playing Macroscape. We have Macroscape at, hey, God, listen, we're just, it's scaping all the way down, okay? There's no escape. That is a big dude. I don't think I can kill that guy. Castellan Urgal the Glorious. I don't think I can kill that guy. He's just a fucking giant demon wandering through town. Everyone's like, that's cool. So I got a contract. This is similar to what you would see in a player-owned house, where it's like, I want to build a bookshelf, and it's like, okay, here's a bookshelf. And it's like, all right, what kind of bookshelf do you want? And I'm like, this one. And then it's like, well, you didn't fucking grab nails, you idiot, so you can't build a goddamn thing. And I'm like, all right, fine. And I run back to the bit. It's very similar to real life that way. If you've ever done DIY in your own home, there is no getting everything and going and doing it. There is getting everything you remember going and trying to do it, and then remembering that you need something else. This is the way. And the success of a home DIY project is determined and measured by how few trips you have to take to the big box store in order to get that one other thing. What are you going to do during DXP? That's kind of what I was talking about, Potato. I've been gathering magic logs for Fort Fuckery upgrades so that I can have the frames to do that, because that seems like a pretty good high value like XP dump. Past that, I don't really have anything that it's like odd top and the Mountain LZ XP, but so yeah, I whack. This doesn't have any like of the AFK components. But, you know, you get your items, you think, you know, whack it. This is construction. So, sir, have you ever heard of making a list? Illy, have you ever tried to do DIY on your own home? You can make all the lists you want. There's got to be something. Just 3 bits from everybody else. If I could just get every person to come through 3 cents at a time. After 33 people, I'll have $1. Well, not quite, but almost. Oftentimes it's not just, you know, what you need, but it's what you accidentally broke while you were doing it too, that you need to replace. Or you think one thing will work and then it turns out it won't. Anyway, it's just, you know, I don't think that if you're so type A personality that you're perfect enough that you could just sit down, have it, get it all done, great. I'm not even close to that, and I've never once had that experience despite all the attempts to trying. It's not much. I appreciate it, man. I really do. It just cracked me up that I had people once a minute coming through with 3 bits. Like, I'm like, is that a bot? Is it just, I mean, you know, if everybody is 3 bits, again, I appreciate it. You share it. So thank you, you know, but it just, the sequence cracked me up. Hi, ML. How you doing? random workable bits. Isn't that just mean that, you know, it's the same thing, except instead of you having to go to the big box, you just go to the garage, but you still have all the same problems, just more conveniently? So that's basically construction and building your house, is finding hotspots, deciding what you want, having the planks and stuff pre-made. Like, I was able to do that because I already had planks pre-cut and ready to go, but now I have 5 more contract credits. I don't know how much contract credits I have. Probably not that many. And then I don't need you anymore. You can die. Hope I'm having a great day. Well, I mean, I'm here with you guys, and that's always a good. That's always a positive modifier, I guess. The Sorry, I was just thinking about boobs. I don't know. Anyway, my day's doing all right. You haven't played RS in a long time? So I hadn't played for like 15 years and got back into it just about a month and a half ago, and I've been hitting it pretty good. I will say that I am starting to hit that point where it's like everything is a bit of a slog to try and raise, and that takes you out of it a little bit. You know, like you gotta want it at this point. And the other thing that's kind of crazy is just, again, I am like, you know, Max roasted me unintentionally so fucking hard. And I think I might have told you guys last week, but even still, I've been repeating the story because I'm old and feeble and I tell the same stories over and over. But I did a quest in the necromancy city. I'm not big into necromancy, but you know, like it's like cool. I did a quest and it unlocked like a new area, and I was like, oh, let's poke into that area and see what it is. And so I'm like, dooby doo, and I don't remember. See, the question now becomes if I can remember how to get over to it, which is always a thing. Bye, Illy. Congrats on being perfect. I want to say I board this and it goes. Chests are good. I do love a good chest. It's get all this expensive material, waste it for XP. There's a reason old school added a literal gold sink you can build into your POH. I know that they're redoing the POH here. I don't know how it'll be. So I'm like, okay, cool. I got this little area, and it's like, all right, there's a Sanctum of Rebirth, and there's a Gate of Lindinus, which I've never been down, but I'm like, let me just poke into the Sanctum. I don't know what it is. Let's take a look, you know? Never been, and it's like, nope, don't want hard mode, don't know the difference. So I pop in here, and I'm like, all right, okay. It's kind of crazy. Okay, we got this guy right. Okay, let's leave. You know, and that was, it was like, gotta go. I don't know what's going on, but level 720, I'm level 95. Okay. Just so we're setting up expectations here. I'm level 95. That's level 720. Now, I don't think players ever get to level 720. I think that it's, but I was just like, yep. Nope, that ain't for me right now. You know, like maybe in the future someday, but right now, probably not it. So I turn and I tell Max, like, oh yeah, I ran into this thing and that was kind of funny. Ha ha ha. What's up, Raybirds? So I'm like, haha, hey, you know, look at this. It's funny, whatever. And Max is like, oh yeah, no, when you hit mid-game, that guy will be really good. Bitch, I'm 20, or I'm like over 15 years into this account. Now, granted, I took a, 10-year break, but like, once I hit mid-game, bro, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck? What do you mean once I hit mid-game? I don't even know, like, I don't know what to do with that information other than feel minuscule. Like that's the only takeaway there I have is I'm a small little man, and I get reminded that every time I take a shower. I do not need like that coming from my friends. Okay, so Come on. But, at any rate, so apparently I'm still early game. Like, fuck me, man. And it was so nonchalant. Like, he had no idea. Like, he was just being encouraged. He's like, yeah, no, that's great once you get there. I'm like, cool. Motherfucker. Also, he tweeted it so I can say it. I am so happy for Max and Krista. And I had some amount of awareness of what might be coming, but nonetheless, not my place to say anything until after the fact. But I am so thrilled for them. Max has been nothing but lovely for me at every step that I've ever had an interaction with him. I have not had a negative interaction with him, and he has been there when I have literally, I don't know the right way to describe it other than I basically cold called Max. Like we had done a couple things together. We knew we were friendly, and I cold called him and I said, I need help. I have these things. I have these problems. I need, like, I need some help and some lobbies to join and some things to do. And you know, is there anything that you can help? And he was just like, bet, and just ran. And here we are, you know, like no hesitation, just he was down, and I am so thankful for that. Krista, I didn't quite get, like, no dislike or anything like that, but I didn't 100% get her through some of the early lobbies and stuff. Like, I just, you know, kind of getting that like feel. Then I met her at TwitchCon, I think 2 years ago, and she was absolutely just the loveliest person. She's gorgeous, and Max is very lucky that way. But she's just so nice, just so genuine and sweet, and ever, like, kind of got a little bit of to see how she's working a little bit more and a little bit more of a basis. And like, just with that extra context, it made all of her silliness and playfulness and stuff in game be from like, that was kind of weird, to like, that's really sweet. Like the way that she is just down to kind of mess with Max and have fun, and like, it just, she I have nothing but good things to say about them, and I'm happy about, I'm thrilled for both of them, and whatever they need from me, I will deliver on a platter for them, because I think they're awesome people. So, except for the part where Max fucking roasted me in this game. Hey, Bob, what's up? Thank you for the 16 months, man. There was that whole thing where Bob roasted the ever-loving fuck out of me. Not Bob. Well, I mean, Bob's probably done it too. But where Max roasted the ever-loving fuck out of me without even realizing he was doing it, which, you know, I might recover at some point. Anyway, so double XP, building up magic frames, collecting magic logs. Collecting magic logs is slow as fuck. The annoying thing for me, and this is always kind of one of those things that's like, I don't know how to feel about it, but it's like, the way to get the most woodcutting experience for me is to go for use, because I'm more successful in cutting them than it is for magic logs. I don't like when I have to, like, downgrade in order to progress, you know? Like, that's not a great feeling for me. I have nothing but good things to say about you. Oh, Bob, you're a sweetheart. GWD2. I don't know what GWD2 is. Go with divide, but I do jump on the divine magic log, magic trees anytime I see them, but divines are going away. So that's a limited resource. What kind of axe are you using? So I have a dragon axe, or a dragon hatchet, but I'm currently using a, I think Baneite? Yeah, or a Bane hatchet. It's like, people say the dragon hatchet is better once you augment it, but I don't have invention, so I can't augment it. So I think Bane's better. I don't know if I'm gonna be honest, I've never been in God Wars dungeon. Like, God Wars has always seemed to me, and understanding there's a lot of content still that I have not experienced. Basically, if something sounds like it involves other people, I tend to avoid it. Vindicta, Hellward, Twin Furries, Gregoric. I have not tried any of that, but that as long as that's stuff that I can do solo, then I will add that all to my list of things I want to look into. In general, I like playing a massively multiplayer online game with people around me who I don't have to talk to. I don't like it's like my extroversion introversion situation, right? Like I am uncomfortable talking to other people if I don't know you, but I like having people around. What can I say? At any rate, so I think the Bane Hatchet's about the best option for me right now. I certainly don't know of, again, I debate on whether I should move over to the Dragon or not, but I believe Bane is better than Dragon where I cannot augment the Dragon. I think that's the correct thing there. Again, I could be wrong. I'm open to other people interpreting. I did finally get enough pilfer points to get the Master Thief's lockpick, so I don't have to carry lockpicks around ever again. I like that. What's up, noob? I am correct. Okay, cool. So Cubicle is the God War stuff. Is that like group activity stuff, or is any of that soloable? Antisocial Twitch streamer? No, never. Listen, it's not intentional. It's not by design. You can do solo or group. You always solo. Okay, cool. Then I will definitely look into that because I'm all for new solo content. I just don't like forced group shit. I really don't. I was looking at I forget one of the achievements because on the task list in here for area, and one of the area's achievements had a bunch of stuff that was like, do this as a group. Maybe it was Dabenheim. Yeah, I think it was Dabenheim, where it's like you need to complete a sinkhole, not solo. You need to like complete a dungeon in a team of more than one, feed a teammates. Like this is all like shit. I'm never gonna get this, that sort of thing. I'm pretty sure I just interrupted myself on something else I was talking about, but nonetheless, it's gone now. I've forgotten. Makes sense. You tend to. Right. No. I bring it back. So Twitch, not by design, not by intent, not by purpose, but Twitch in giving people the ability to interact and achieve social connection without having to deal with as extensively, obviously some, but without having to deal as extensively with trying to interpret social cues and human emotional communication and body language. What that means is ultimately Twitch has become a congregation of all the people in the land who are introverted and or really like trains. And I welcome my people. Oh, I hate fishing. Fishing is so slow, too. I'm just like, the only time I do fishing is when I just want to, like, completely mentally AFK. But even then, there's better AFKs. It's like, I base it on the level of AFK-edness. If I want to just, like, really AFK, then, honestly, I nothing to, like, then I try and just kind of lumberjack and pop in every now and then. Moderate is, like, fishing and stuff. But, guys, Astrid's here. Yay, Astrid! Let me grab. I hopefully shouldn't need it, but just in case I do, make sure I have my looty bag and my stethoscopy. Then we head. So when I first played the game, the wilderness was literally a PvP zone. You went into it, you were PvPable. So I just never went into it. They have since changed it to where PvP is a toggle. But the entire area still skeeves me out. Like, it's just, I am not comfortable here. And, I mean, it's meant to be kind of the higher range, higher level stuff. But it's like, it's just, it makes me, it's like, But, hi, Troy. Which Troy? Small Troy, big Troy, baby Troy? Well, they're both baby Troys. Or baby face Troy. But, anyway, that's called trauma. Not here. Ow. This guy's beating the shit out of me. This is fine. Can I leave? Gotta go. All right, this is where you want to go. Small Troy. Baby Troy do 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 do. Baby Troy do 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 do. Baby Troy do 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 do. Baby Troy. So this is my current obsession, though. I have found this place, and it's got 3 thieving chests, and then 3 hidden safes. And these safes are fucking insane. All right? Like, over here, if you look right above my head, you can see how much experience I'm getting or have gotten. And so you can kind of use that to get an idea of how much experience is being generated by the things that are happening. You might give a limited time viewing of Baby Noob, Baby Noob, doo 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 doo, Baby Noob, doo 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 doo. So each time I click on these, when it goes whoop, it's 2,000 experience. And then by the time I finish it, not counting the little dingy dongies, a single of these safes is worth 17,000 experience. So just doing this room alone is 17,000 times 3, which we all know is a number I can't add up to. But, so you've got these going on. 51K. Yeah, I don't have that many toes. Actually, if I take my socks off, I think I do. But, so, like I was saying earlier about the safe cracking, it's rewarding enough that it makes you want to continue to do it. It's like you change, because it's like you're getting somewhere. It feels good to do. It doesn't feel like it's just simple and easy. Like, it's not just like do this and it's trivialized, but it still feels good to do. Now, the other thing that we were talking about is how this game is set up very much for an AFK, not AFK status. And this is a perfect example. Every time it goes, whoop, I have a chance of unlocking the pin. And there's 4 pins on this. So there, my hands were up, and it gave me the unlock. But a lot of the times, if I'm not touching anything, that'll happen, and I won't get the unlock. If I'm, and that's, if I'm just AFKing, if I'm not doing anything, if I'm looking the other way, sure. Hey, look, we leveled thieving. But, a lot of these get missed if I'm not paying attention. But if I'm paying attention and I click fast enough after it does it, then I will get the unlock every single time. And it's like, that's perfectly done. They're basically saying, you could chill and not do anything, and you'll get it eventually. And so if you want to alt tab out stuff, come back, you'll have it. Look, I'm up to 3. But if I want to sit and pay attention, then I will go faster and harder and bigger and stronger and do more. And I just think that's really well done. So these are on a 10-minute respawn timer. In the meantime, you can come over and talk to these guys, and it's not nearly as much experience, but it's still experience. You can open these guys up, and I'll tell you, the loot table on these guys, not bad. I get a lot of red dragon leather. I get a lot of dragon bones. I get diamonds, dragon stone. And then they have access to what's called the wilderness loot table, and it gives it to you noted as well on a lot of this, so you can gather up. I've literally gotten hundreds of dragon bones with this. It gives you access to the wilderness loot table where you can get a lot of kind of different stuff. Here I picked up 3 bloodweed seeds. Now, as an example, each one of these bloodweed seeds is worth 40,000. So that was assuming I can sell them at market price, that was 120,000K of gold that I just made on opening that. And they reset fast enough that I could just cycle and cycle and cycle. I got some Barrows smithing gloves, which I think I've heard of Barrows gear. I don't know what to do with it yet, but I got some Barrows gloves. I got a Revenant drop enhancer, which I think is semi-rare. It's access to, some decent shit. And so also with the double XP, what this has been doing is it gives me, whenever it ticks on dragon bones, I get 8 dragon bones. And so I'm assuming that when double XP comes, I'll kick off some incense and then burn these hundreds of dragon bones and get my prayer as much as possible. What's up, Derby Saren? Here for the drops? That's why we're running them. Enjoy. So, Chaotic, congrats on getting gifted a sub from Robin. Tweety, thank you so much. Said that backwards. So congrats on getting a gifted sub from Tweety. Robin, thank you so much. But nonetheless, there's 3 diamonds. You know, it's fine. We're doing good. 4 Dragonstone. When is double XP? It's coming. I don't know when or where. Max sent me a thing that probably had all the information that I didn't look too much at. But I believe it's soon. So the red dragon leather, I think, will be helpful in trying to get crafting higher. The stones definitely is good for crafting. I'm getting gold ore, which is kind of whatever. The dragon bone's good for that. I just got a hard clue scroll, but I don't care that much about that. May 1st, like everyone's saying, apparently. But at any rate, so I've been killing some time and doing some things. Just wandering back and forth, you know, every 10 minutes these pop out. I go and I get my 51K experience. And in the meantime, I'm just sitting here pulling in some pretty valuable, relatively drops off the Wilderness Loot table. And I have not seen another soul here. I do not know why more people aren't doing this. I don't know if it's not a known spot. I would assume, but after how long RuneScape's been out, that every spot known to man is known to man. But it seems pretty valuable spot to me, and yet I haven't seen anyone else talking about it or doing it. So maybe I'm wrong, and there's a much better spot. Maybe everyone's at the God Wars dungeon, and that would be better. I don't know. Riddler crab? What the fuck is a Riddler crab? What is a Riddler crab, and why is it getting called out? So I told you guys that I unlocked Menaphos, which is a city down in the desert. Menaphos has is built into 4 different districts. So there's a Imperial district, there's a Merchant district, there's a Port district, and there's a Worker district. 4 different sections. Each section has its own reputation. And in order to get access to certain perks, certain things, as is tradition, you have to raise your reputation with them. The way you raise reputation with them is primarily through either skilling, through their preferred list of skills. So basically cutting trees, mining sandstone, or fishing in the city. Alternatively, there is a mini game there called Shifting Sands, I believe, that you can do that is high stress for me. It stresses me the fuck out. But you can do that. You can get some reputation with them. And then every now and then, there are 2 different events that can get you a lot of reputation. One is the scarabs, like little green bugs on the ground, can spawn around, and you step on them, you take a lot of damage, but you get some experience, and you can do that. And that lasts, you know, for 5 minutes and stuff, and then the scarabs go away. Also, there is occasionally a what's called a soul obelisk that will pop up in the middle of the city in various spots. And if you go and you make sweet, sweet love to the soul obelisk, you will lose a lot of health, but you will get a lot of reputation. Apparently, you get a lot of reputation for making sweet, sweet love to an obelisk. You know what? I figure if I was making love to an obelisk and you guys watched, I'd probably get a reputation too. So it makes sense. But the obelisks only pop up like every 45 minutes to 2 hours in a world, in a given world. And they're around for 5 minutes, and they can pop up in any of one of the 4 districts. So they're kind of elusive, as it were. So there's a channel called SOU Lobby that you can join as a friends chat, and basically people, as they see these things happening, they will call it out. And so it's like right here it says 134 MUA, right? So basically, if I were to go to World 134 in the Merchants area, there could be a soul obelisk there. UA means unknown age, or how, you know, whether it's going to disappear quickly or not. They don't know. They're like, could have been here for 4 minutes, could have been here for 4 seconds. I don't know. So they're saying, hey, there's one here. And so what you do when you're really trying to work on your rep is you watch this, and then you hop over to wherever the world is, and you go and you make sweet, sweet love to the obelisk as hard as you can until the obelisk goes away, and then you wait and you do other things like diddle yourself or play with or fish, whichever comes first, or maybe one comes after the other, one comes while the other, but probably not coming at the same time. But you do that, and then you get another call out, and they're like, oh, it's over on world 29 now, and you're like, all right, pop over. And so you're the best by far, like not even close by far, way to improve and to raise your reputation in Menaphos is to pay attention to this channel, figure out how it works, and then chase those soul obelisks, because it is like, it's not even close in terms of how fast your skill will go up versus, oops, I prematured that one a little. How fast your reputation goes up versus just trying to do basic skilling and stuff like that. Oh, interesting. It carried over. That's curious. So, anyway, figuring that out was kind of interesting. Learning how to read the shorthand, because again, I joined the thing, but I'm like socially petrified. Someone steal your safes. The good news is the safes are instanced, so he could do all he wants. It's on my timer, and so he could do his, I could do mine. Not gonna matter. Which is, god damn it, premature to get. So, if they weren't instance, I'd be a little bit more reluctant to. Oh, that one just closed. A little bit more reluctant to be like, hey guys, you should come over and do that, you know. But no, it is per character, so they don't interrupt me. And now I have access, as these go, to that 51,000 experience of thieving again. And that's pretty cool. Not only that, but you're getting pilfer points, and you also get experience returning in your loot, which I'm probably pretty close to, 88%. Hey, Lulu Tiffany, how you doing? So, like I said, I just think these safes are the way. But being socially crippled and fearful and anxious, I'm looking at this initially, this chat, and I'm going, I have no idea what the fuck idiot this is. But eventually, I kind of, some other people who are more industrious or braver than I would ask questions like, what's this mean? What's that mean? And I'd learn a little bit. But also, I was able to kind of put it all together, or the majority of it together, for myself of what these things are and what it's saying. And so, yeah, if you are looking for Menaphos rep of any sort, then by all means, the SOU lobby friend chat is so much better than just trying to fucking cut Acadia trees. It's so much better. You'll be back later, giving the toddler good night kisses and then getting snackies for D&D. Love your face. Have a good one. Enjoy. This one's not ready yet, but it will be. Oh, it will be. So, anyway, I'm pretty sure I'm the last person to play RuneScape. I don't think there's anyone literally newer than me, despite having a 15-year cape on my back. So I presume that everybody knew all these things, that everybody who's interested in playing the game already knew all these things. But nonetheless, it's kind of fun. And I've been sharing with Max, and Max says that it's fun to watch me discover these things and kind of learn and stuff. You know, like, he says it in an endearing way. I try not to, you know, look past the endearing condescension behind it, but because it's not intended, but it's just like, yep. All right, how are we doing? We're at 100%. My loot bag is full. Wait, oh, I see. My loot bag is full. Cool. So now my loot bag is full. We go over to Lumbridge, of all fucking places. You launched Jackass for about 10 minutes. That's about it. I mean, whatever, you know, spend the time how you want to spend the time. So now I have... The good news is we don't seem to have too much in the way of moral compunction of having stolen, filled up a loot bag full of someone else's stuff. That doesn't seem to be a problem. So we'll just move past that. And then we can go over and turn in our special collectibles. 76 pilfer points, a very low pilfer, and then turn in my bag, and I get 37.9 thousand experience from that, 63,000 gold, and 140 pilfer points. So, cool. And then we can pop over we just saw that there was a call out for 62 in the port area. We don't know what level, but or how long, but we go over here. Thanks for hosting drops. Happy to do so. You're just returning to RS3 since Necro release? Is Necro that new? I didn't think Necro was that new. I have not loved Necro, but I could be doing it wrong. Or not. I don't know. So Metaphos is a very Egyptian theme, which is pretty cool. It's a kind of a cool look. So wander over here, dooby-dooby-doo. So this guy did say unknown age, so it could be gone by the time we get there, but we drop our bits. We go and we get some food that we'll run out of quickly. And then we hop worlds to 62. Hey, Lisa. And then we go over to the ports area. Looks like it's down. Yeah, it's done. So, oh, hey, look, he called 62 down. So 62D D is down or done. So no can't do, no good, which it looks like it died right as we were switching because this is the world switch right here and he just called it. So I think that's probably him. Nope, that's Cooper. Hi, Cooper. So anyway, you kind of chase this around. I have built up to level 8 reputation in Imperial, and no one else knows who the fuck I am. I think I'm level 3 in Port, and then I got like level 2 on the other one so that I could use the deposit box. But we, it's a work in progress, you know? We're working on it.
My woman is here, everyone picnic.
We were discussing freeing the nipple earlier, or yesterday, Astrid, so have that in mind for anything you want to think about. By RuneScape standards, 2023 is pretty dang new. That's actually true. That's actually very true. I understand that completely. You seem to remember you popped in yesterday and the conversation was pretty spicy. We've never had a spicy conversation here in our life. What are you talking about? Someone was getting drunk in Among Us. Oh, that was Pionk. Pionk we had a margarita and was enjoying themselves, as Pionk is wont to do. You're pretty out of it. Fair enough. Oh yeah, the awesome spicy here. We don't do that. We don't do that. Oh, I was talking about like if I'm really like into AFK, then I could just click on this and forget about this for about a half hour, and I would just sit here and loot this dude's pockets from here to Kingdom Come. But I don't really, get a whole lot of experience for it, but it's here. So I got level 91, which means that I unlocked Ironworth Workers. I don't know what the hell that is. Pyramid Plunder Room 8. And Starved Ancient Effigy. I don't actually know how effigies work. I don't know who the hell Ironworth is. And Pyramid Plunder is a mini game I've only done once or twice, so I don't know that well. Chili Lime Mango Peeps. Like Peeps like the marshmallow monstrosities? Yeah, Piag was declaring that tequila makes her tits sweat. Were you that drunk as well, Astrid? 4 gin and tonics. I take it you were. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. And then we went over and we watched Pinky play Mafia, and they were all drunk, and so a bunch of drunk people all yelling at each other, calling themselves scummy, and it was, I took notes, I paid attention, and I had no idea what was going on. You love peeps? No, this is incorrect, Jenna. This is incorrect. Enjoy your lurk, Sapphire Gem? You're having a quarter glass of wine tonight because I didn't finish my half glass at lunch. Oh. Do you hold your pink... You're like, I'm having a quarter glass. But which I know is for tea in English, but nonetheless, I'm still making fun of you for it for whatever reason. I don't know. Like, a quarter glass of wine just sounds like hoity-toity to me. They were drunk? Yeah, no. Like, so... We joined, and Heck messaged me. Heck Muffins messaged me, and she was like, "Hey, if you're gonna watch, just know we are all blasted." And I was like, "Okay, good to know." So peeps are good for one thing and one thing only. Okay, peeps are good for what's called peep wars, which some people know about, some people don't. Peep wars is when you and several enterprising friends of yours get together. And you carry some loose change or some swappable hot wives or whatever it is to intermix, and then you have a competition, and that is you get a microwave, and everybody takes their peep, and they decorate it with toothpicks, however you want. Whatever method, however number of toothpicks, like you can set up ground rules if you want or house rules, but like you put toothpicks in the peep. And you put one peep on one side and one peep on the other with their toothpicks facing each other, like two guys it just facing each other, and then you turn on the microwave. And they inflate. And they inflate. And the first peep to stab the other peep wins. And then, you set up a bracket, you set up competitions, you set up prize. And my old boss at my corporate job, and I used to do this every year around Easter. We would have peep wars in the office. You live next to the Peeps factory. They drop a giant peep for New Year's. Interesting. That sounds slightly messy. Who gets to clean the microwave? They're actually not that messy because they don't explode. So you just put them on a paper plate. And it's fine. But yeah, it's peep jousting through the expansion of the inedible marshmallow stuff they're made out of. But it's actually it's pretty fun and silly. We did that. I mean, I've probably did that. We maybe 6 or 7 years in a row. We would do that before the dark times, before the Empire. Yeah. So the other thing, same boss, we would do is this is also my boss that was like, look, no one in the world, except for those like mover and shaker motherfucker like VP corporate pricks, is getting anything done in a corporate environment between Christmas and New Year's. It's just not happening. There's no productivity except for those that are like in full, like, not just brown nosing, but like have their head shoved up their boss's ass level of ambition, right? We all know that motherfucker, right? We all know that guy. But if you ignore that guy, most people, nothing getting done during the time period between Christmas and New Year's for in a corporate cubicle environment. So what my boss would do is he would just what we had two different things. One is we would have our offsite meeting, which is that me and a couple others and we would go and have an offsite meeting, which is to say that we would, for that day during the workday, we would meet up and we would drive out the 90 minutes or so it takes to get to a town west of Salt Lake called Wendover, which happens to be in Nevada. And where there's Nevada, on the border of another state, there's establishments of a gaming nature. And we would spend that offsite meeting perusing that establishment of a gaming nature and then head back towards closing time for the day. And it was fun, you know, like we would just do a little casino run. And the other thing is we would do it, you know, he was the CIO, so the head of IT. We would do amongst the techs and developers and stuff, we would have one of the days would be a game day, and typically like Command and Conquer Generals or you know, some silly first person shooter game where we could fit everybody in, and we would have a game day, like just a LAN party kind of thing. It's drove certain people, namely the people who have their heads shoved up their boss's ass, nuts, because it was like, I'm trying to get work done and you guys are over here gaming. And we're like, yeah, because fuck you and try to get work done in the days between Christmas and New Year's in a corporate environment. Fuck you. Like, this is your problem, not our problem. But ignoring that dude, it was absolutely fantastic for camaraderie, for bringing people together, for you know, like genuine team building exercise type stuff, and having fun. And it's naturally when we got bought out by the corporation in Indiana, they weren't about team building, so that had to stop. But it was in my opinion, it was it was probably the best uses of the time that you had in that time period, because it's just nigh pointless to try and get work done then, and it's good for, you know, it gave people something to look forward to. It gave people, you know, it was a benefit that didn't cost the company anything outside of the time. You know, and there's absolutely, like, I am in no way unaware that payroll is a very expensive cost to a company. So having a payroll today with next to no productivity is an expense, and an expensive one at that. But I don't think that expense came at the expense of actual productivity. I think it was always going to be there. It was built in. It's part of the contract, kind of. You're off to things. All right, Illy. Well, goodbye. I hope you enjoy your things. We'll be here, I guess, left behind. What's up, 2X Fury? How you doing? So, anyway, that was those are some good times. That was back when I didn't know what I had, but I had it and I was happy, you know, sort of thing. There's always a few different evolutions in your life, and you can look back at previous evolutions and go, oh, well, I should have appreciated that more. And it's like, yeah, but you weren't necessarily in a place to be able to appreciate it more until you learned what it was like to not have it. But nonetheless, good memories. I did enjoy our offsites. I love a good casino. Peeps into wine. Ew. What the hell? What the hell? You have no idea what peeps are like in the U.S., but the ones I had over here were pretty nice. I mean, some people like them, some people not. It's literally just like sugar encrusted marshmallow, right? Like in the vague shape of a duck, or is it a duck? I feel like it's a duck. I could be wrong. Could be a pheasant. Could be a fucking bird, I'm pretty sure. Maybe it's not a bird. I don't know. But it's just sugar-encrusted marshmallow. There's probably, yeah, there's going to be different ones. You've not seen them here? Offer for reputation, 2 of those. Woohoo! I got 700 reputation. We always called marshmallow over a fire s'mores. It was like, oh, we're going camping. We're gonna make s'mores. Like that was the top thing. Anytime it's like, oh, we're gonna make s'mores. And at some point, I realized I don't really like s'mores. You know, like I like s'more flavor stuff. Like Pop-Tarts are an abomination if you get into like what they're made out of and everything that goes into them. But they take the s'more Pop-Tarts are delicious. But the problem with s'mores themselves is one, you gotta have like a decent chocolate and no one brings decent chocolate to a fucking campfire. But then it's like s'mores are just the epitome of the idea is better than the reality. You think, yeah, no, that'll be pretty cool. Like some graham crackers, some chocolate, some marshmallow. Let's go. Let's fucking go. But then it's like the graham cracker breaks. The chocolate you can't get warm enough to meld on, or else you get too hot, and it becomes a fucking sticky pile of mess. And then the marshmallow is kind of the same way, where either you end up with it lighting on fucking fire, and getting nasty crust, which some people are into, and you're weird for that. Or it's not enough, and it's like it's just slightly warmed over. It just never, the reality never meets the expectation. You know, it's kind of like a sex toy where you're like, you're like, oh my God, it's gonna be so good. I'm gonna have myself a good old time. I'm gonna ride that till tomorrow, you know? And then it arrives, you're like, oh, buddy, I'm gonna have myself some time tonight. And then you're working with it, you're like, it's much like the same of my other ones. Yeah. That could just be me, though. That could be me. You like it a sticky mess? I'm sure you do, Cynthia. Pop-Tarts in general, we don't have them, and the imported ones are expensive as fuck. Pop-Tarts are delicious. They're also just, like, crimes against nature, chemically, like, component-wise, I believe. Am I speaking from experience? Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely I am. Oh, I got the unicorn fly. I have discovered a new insect. It's a hornless unicorn fly. What's up, Rubik's? How you doing? Used to have a friend bring them for you from the UK when he traveled, but that's very unreliable. I mean, makes sense. Why have I seen so many shows that are about people smuggling cigarettes into the UK? Why is that such a show? Like, it's not like I have seen and really ever sought out UK-based reality, and yet I feel like, against my will, I've ended up seeing several shows that are about people trying to smuggling fucking cigarettes into the UK. I don't understand. It's not supposed to make sense, Kamiki. Just your friend bringing them from the UK made me, and being unreliable made me think about that. It's a tax thing. Smoking's still really big in Europe, though, isn't it? Like, obviously, in the US, we have smokers, but it's not terribly social. Maybe in the nightclub scene still, probably, but it as a general rule, it's not terribly socially approved of here, and a lot of people have moved to vaping, which, I mean, it's better to me than smoking, but still having someone blowing their puff of strawberry flavored whatever, like, it's still kind of obnoxious, but they just announced that no one born after 2008 can ever buy cigarettes in the UK again. Is that real? Is that true? Vaping is so much worse? For sure. Like, there's no argument for me that vaping isn't terrible, but I'm just going off of the social pressure or perception. It turns out that constantly inhaling any sort of chemical into your lung tends to be problematic given time. This is amazing, remarkable news that we never could have guessed. But the question becomes, is the vaping is linked to cancer? And I'm not an expert. I don't know. And I don't think many of us are. And so that becomes the whole thing. I still enjoy a cigar on occasion, but it's so not common that I'm not too concerned about, you know, developing anything from it. "100% of people who have inhaled oxygen have died." I mean, that's actually false. 100% of people who have died, well, even then, not necessarily, depending on, or I get where you're going. You can say the same thing about, you know, that dihydrogen monoxide situation we have going on. But 100% of people who have inhaled oxygen have died implies that if you have inhaled oxygen, you have died. And I think we're all living examples that that is not completely true, statistically speaking. Lord wants his name, think of 51 months. You heard through the grapevine that you don't like marshmallow? Meh. Meh. I choose to believe that that's and Jaws, the shark, metal poisoning, lead poisoning, and other things. So what part of lead poisoning isn't metal poisoning? I mean, I've never tasted a dick, man. Well, it depends. But I want to. Just looking for that right person. For an important erratum, I gave my glass to my sister, so I actually drank 1/8 of a glass of wine. Thank you for keeping us posted. We will all take that under advisement. That's interesting. I wonder how that's going to go down, but all right, you know. What's up, Aloy? I'd say what's up, but I cannot read your name. Might as well smoke and drink whatever I want since I'm going to die anyway. Well, there's a couple of different ways to perceive that. You say it perfect? Yay! I play Horizon Zero Dawn, and that's so like, you know, Aloy's the main character there, so I kind of had a cheat, but nonetheless, I'm glad. Dutch is leaving already? Okay, fine. What's up, Nick? So, at least it'll be on your terms. I don't know that that's the healthiest outlook. I'm not really the one to go to for healthy mental outlooks right now, but I don't know if that's really the way to be, you know, the place. Like, just because something's going to happen doesn't mean you need to chase it, I guess. Once again, Berlin, you're forgetting the minutia of we who are all still alive have breathed oxygen. Ergo, the statement, everyone who has ever breathed oxygen has in fact died, is incorrect. You are... The statement as stated is not including... I know you're mostly joking, Ashton. I'm just responding. The statement as stated is not inclusive or properly exclusive of those who have not yet died. Which then leads into everyone who has died breathed oxygen, which then leads into, well, there's a certain amount of question of and moment of unfortunate infant mortality that could be an outlier there, but I don't think we need to get that refined. What's up, Crystal? Got moved to a skilled nursing facility and everything went wrong, so I took myself home. It will be harder, but at least I'm on my own bed. Okay, yeah, I mean, I know that you weren't loving the skilled nursing facility, so I'm glad that you were able, hopefully without any problems with the doctors or insurance, you were able to kind of move over to your home and get that back. But the statement is false. Everyone who has ever breathed oxygen has in fact died. I have breathed oxygen. I have not died. So, but anyway, Crystal, I hope that, I hope you're comfortable. I know it's going to be a bit tough. Like we said, we always knew that this was going to be a shit time. It doesn't mean that it's not to invalidate the difficulty that you're dealing with by any means, but it's all in the process of getting better, and every day will be a little bit better, right? So, was it basically at this point was it just a new, I don't mean that as a diminishing, but just to clarify what all was involved, was it knee replacement surgery and with the extraction of the previous problematic knee and the reintroduction of a new one? PC kids are calling it corporally challenged or unalived. No, those are for Dingai on YouTube, which then became a thing, but I'm not willing to entertain it. You can't fuck the English today? You know what? Some days, the English probably don't deserve you. What's up, Lord? What's his name? I do agree with Kamiki's statement, though. But Crystal, thank you for the 700 bits. I really do appreciate it. And Lord, what's his name with the 51 months? One day at a time. One day at a time. You've got this. I believe. We believe in a thing called love. Just as a rhythm in my heart. Okay, now it's quiet. The dog's in my head. Wow, the timing there. Removing material degraded by the metals poisoning. The implant should be more stable with a complete rod hinge. Well, I'm just, like I said, recovery sucks. There's no getting around it. But I'm just glad that you're there and you're on it. Instead of it being waiting or uncertain or any of those things, now it's you are on a path to recovery, and I think that's great. Ooh, we have scarabs. Let's see. Let's make sure we're in the right chat. Okay, and I think let's see where we are. I think, yeah. 103 SUA. So these are scarabs, and I can step on them, and I squish them, and it hurts me a lot. But I get a lot of it of reputation. And so I don't know why I'm building. It's very important in this town to build a reputation as a scarab squisher. But nonetheless, here we are. And if you click them just right, you can actually get 2-for-1 deal. But you gotta get it just right. So you find them, you click them, and then they center, and then you click them a second time, and then you get a squish on nothing, but still get credit. And now I'm at half health from stepping on scarabs. I mean, I think most people enjoy doubling up. Not everybody's willing to admit to themselves that they enjoy doubling up, but I think, I think a good number of people. Now, here's the tricksy, right? First off, instead of using food, I'm going to open my bank because you heal really fast when your bank is open. So my health is like... And then here's the thing that not everybody knows. There's no scarabs, right? But scarabs is an event, not a number. So if you reload that room, they're back, baby. And you can keep squishing until the event ends.
Squish more, assholes.
I said across his nose, not up it. I'm sorry, sir. All the NPCs will sit there and comment about you squishing too. They're like it's a little silly. I think I'm gonna throw up. So it'll be like, oh, you got some on me. Others will be like, ooh, good squish. I seem to be, my world is getting dark and red. I'm near death. They went to plaid. My brains are going into my feet. What in the unrecognizable location is this? What's up, Dane? Guys, that's Disdain right there. He's a fellow friend. We all say hi to Disdain. He's got a sultry voice. But we try not to tell him that. At your cervix? Wait. Hold up. I'm guessing OSRS doesn't have Metaphos, given your, like, confusion over where the fuck I am. This is my life right now. Until this event ends, my world is find scarab, squish scarab, reload, and repeat. OSRS has an empty shell of a Metaphos that has not had content for 20 years, and it's an unfinished quest line. Yeah, this Metaphos ain't so bad over here. All right, I'm dying again. Let's go not die. Cody the Kid, I think of the 19 months. Cody the Kid 19 with 19 months. Perfect. You didn't mean to nod? What, are you too good to nod to Mordred? Is that what you're saying? Like, Mordred doesn't deserve the nod? The nod of respect? The nod of acknowledgement? Mordred doesn't get it? Wow, Jesus Christ, the exclusivity coming from Lisa. Wow. Sorry, Mordred. I think you're great. I can't speak for her. Okay, that's the scarabs disappearing. So now we report back 103 scarabs done. It looks real nice over there. So here's the really cool thing, I mean, in my opinion, is you get enough reputation here, you can go into the VIP area, which I happen to have enough reputation because I've squished a lot of scarabs. And in this VIP area, I could choose, within this little swimming pool area, I could choose to fish, which I don't have any bait. I can chop some trees. I can mine some sandstone. And then when I'm done or ready to cycle, I can come right over to this little bank chest right here, have an entire bank at my hands, and then do it again. All within 10 feet of each other. That's pretty handy. Hi, Rifles. Here, Dane, I'll blow your mind, though. You want your mind blown? Dane, do you want to be blown? Hey, Chloe. Look, I'm in Menaphos, right? Menaphos, we're in Menaphos. It's established Menaphos. And yet, I opened the Grand Exchange. Bum, bum, bum. What? Oh, yes. This place has got everything. Another civilization is engaged in global trade. I know, unheard of. Hey, Silver Chaos. Now, I know, trust me, literally, everybody lets me know that I should be playing OSRS and it's better. I know. I hear you. I acknowledge you. But, ooh, hey. 103, worker, unknown age. It's the Soul Obelisk. And then we make sweet love to it. And we're like, and then every time it goes, beep, 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 I get another 100 XP of my reputation. Doesn't have the sauce. Well, if you play with it enough, then I'll give you some sauce. You ordered some naughty items at the shop to nom on. It's always the same driver, though. Your naughty context and my naughty context are two different contexts, I think. Cynthia disapproves of me and everything I stand for, and that's understandable. Definitely different. I know, right? I'm like, yeah. Edible gummies in an array of fascinating shapes. So there's actually, I think it's like jokingly marketed as like head guard or something like that. But there is a, sorry, I just, one, I'm about to die, but two, there's weird sounds coming from weird places. There is a candy, a novelty candy that it's basically like an anti. I think it's primarily licorice, but it's made or it's like what a tooth strip or kind of like it goes over your teeth like a mouth guard. That's what I'm thinking of. It's in the shape of kind of a mouth guard, but it's licorice. And the idea is that the performer places it on so that there is no possibility of teeth with the performee. Yeah. And so that could be fun. I went to port. I need to go to worker. Hey, Zine, I've always enjoyed your content no matter what you play. Anyways, I had a game that you could play with your friends, and I think you should check it out. It's called Make It a Meme. I did that with, it was Z, and I think, I don't know, Chilled was there. I did play it once. It's pretty fun, but it's also like you have to be funny in the moment, and coming up with funny things to kind of take stories and stuff is not difficult, but like, think of something funny right now, haha, is really tough, and so it made it was difficult, but it was fun. We had a good time. There was a lot of Greg's penis in it. The Greg's penis featured heavily when we played Make It Meme. That's exactly what I'm looking for, the feeling of wet licorice rubbing. Well, I mean, I don't think that's like you're not supposed to bite down, but I imagine that some slippery, smooth surface is probably more ideal with than the alternative of a teeth scrape. What's up, Ray Sunrise? How you doing? And Rayos de Soleil? Hello? And Mariana Moon. This is we're being invaded by the astral sides. Hello. We've got the moon, we've got the suds. No, you're not supposed to bite that. What the no, it's a guard. It's like no. Don't bite down. No, it's simply it's like supposed to be just like a flavorful as in licorice for the assuming a straight interaction woman, and then a no teeth experience for the bad is the idea. Now, I'm not saying it works great. I'm not saying it's great. I'm just saying I know that it exists. It's like putting a pop filter on a microphone. It might protect touching what's inside, but it takes up more space. I mean, ultimately, the cylinder must not be harmed. That is the utmost priority. Are you not willing to concede a little bit of space in the interest of safety? Look at Captain Coke Can over here being like, I need all the room I can get. Okay, not all of us have that problem. You've always heard you want a little teeth? I mean, to each their own, but I wouldn't give that advice. It's not going on the comp. Nope, sure ain't. You're taking your order in and heard Captain Coke Can? Ooh. Ooh. I don't know whether to feel bad for you or to feel bad for Squeaks that you said it out loud. What at some point there's like a I think that was intended as a self-compliment, but I think it just ended up being a straight of Squeaks. Look, I have a lot of problems. That is not one of them. Anyway, so I started blasting, or at least Squeaks did. How's everyone doing? Where do I go from here? What's the recovery? You know, like what's the fix here? I don't know. I think we're learning a lot today. I really feel like I've grown as a person. So we know that Dane empathizes with or relates to the right thing. Identifies with Coke cans, and there's a lot of things that I'm not going to say there. I feel like I'm in danger, you know? Like this is all the warning things are going off in my head right now. But if that's a challenge, Cynthia, I accept. But it's fine. This is how you maintain your sword. Oh, you show up every now and then you just like by the way, have I mentioned Girth? And then off he goes and we don't see him for another 2 weeks. In danger. Lynn Shakad, thank you for 47 months. Good morning to you. Anyway, this is Metaphos. It's kind of a cool vibe. But this is a much smaller RuneScape. I did end up spending the time to dig out that sandstone. It turns out that it takes 12 minutes of mining to remove. I can only assume that was like some sort of joke that they did, but it was just like, here, do you want this? Okay, you got to remove this stone. And then we did it on stream and for about 3 minutes, and I was like, I don't know what's happening, but this ain't it. Dane, you workshopped that one, didn't you? You've had that one in your pocket. I don't think that's I don't genuinely believe that's the first time Dane has used that pun. You can't convince me otherwise. Definitely practice that in the mirror. I'm not angry at the Danish comment. I'm just disappointed. Able to put more weight down on your broken leg? I mean... Son of a bitch. Apparently I need to move into the center. I hope the leg continues to improve. I've never broken a leg, but I've got to imagine that it's very, very frustrating. You forgot your charger before work. Want me to slack off and here I'll shift. Ah, nuts. Ow, this dude fucking hurts. Here we are. I like that in order to get here, I have to get torn up by, like, crazy abyssal things several times first. Well, I don't like that, but, you know. I take it there's no place for a charger at work. Ah, but did that happen on February 11th, or did that happen on November 2nd? Are we feeling particularly, I mean, it is an EU day. Happy to help, Derby Sarid. I'm so happy my voice cracks trying to say it. Break in the back doing stocking. Need yourself a portable power brick. Off to Eepees. Good night. 5 a.m. It's like Japan. Seven days before your birthday? Oof. Australia? You and Aussie. Have yourself a nice night. Thank you for coming by. I keep wanting to learn Australian time zones, and then I look at them and I don't want to learn them anymore. Like, there's just too much crack involved. It's just too the Aussie time zones are just nutso. I guess I'm gonna close that door instead of click on the thing, but we'll get that door out of the way there. Okay, bye. You need to go get some injections in your foot between arthritis and loose tissue that causes your ankle to roll, so I feel your pain. Ow! The way I avoid rolling my ankle is to never walk or have any sort of activity of any sort. The bed sores are a problem, but my ankles are pristine. It's healing well, even with having to have plates and screws put in your leg. So a couple months. Yeah, no, I mean, if you're that you're it. So you're a hermit? No, I'm not popular enough to be on that server. Which is fine. Like, you know, like it's a bunch of friends. I'm not in that friend group, so like there's no resentment or anything, but I definitely can't identify as a hermit. You rolled your ankle 4 weeks ago, and although it's mostly healed, it's still in pain. Fucking feet. Wait, you rolled it while Fair enough. You beat the False Knight hitless on the Radiance difficulty in the God Hope. Nice. False Knight is knock him down and then hit his face a few times and then go to the next step, right? I kind of want to fire that up in place of do some bosses. I haven't done that for a while. Stay frosty. False Knight's not too bad. False Knight you can destroy pretty good. The what is it? The White Knight or the whatever is his bigger version gets a little bit more interesting. Failed champion. There you go. Just above your left ankle, both bones shattered, so they put plates in. Can we know what happened? What led to the sundering, or do you prefer not to say? Because, you know, always your option not to overshare. Enjoy your coffee, Mordred. Hit by a car. Why didn't the car get the fuck out of the way? You're like, I'm walking here. But I'm sorry, that sucks. I don't even know what a navicular bone is. Sounds like something Dane would try and get Lisa to play with. Hypermobility seems cool, but it's like, it's so problematic. Like, there's a reason our bodies are designed to not bend in certain ways. Who's to say I haven't already made that effort? I didn't mean to imply that it hadn't been attempted. And he knows you would go down? I'm sure you would. I've enjoyed chatting with you guys. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed the back and forth too. I know that, you know, the game itself can be a bit on the repetitive side, but I like talking to y'all, you know. Being a little more navicular is what the tiny bones of the foot. I mean, aren't the feet are a lot of bones. Imagine being in a Twitch stream and talking to the streamer. Despicable. Oh, I'm despicable, all right. Did you hear that, guys? He likes us. Most of you, yeah. I mean, big same, Rowan. Big same. Is it banter if I'm not a part of it, but chat is? So can I still call it banter? If you're enjoying yourself, you can call it whatever the fuck you want. I just hope you're having a good time. That's my goal. I don't care how you get there. If you all you're here for is if you're just here living off of watching Dated Lisa, then I will set up chairs, you know, and make sure you're comfortable. Whatever I could do. Like, it's just, I'm just here to help. One rescued you from the nursing facility and brought you home. Aw, I'm glad. grocery shopping for you now. That is awesome that you have that support structure, though. Yeah, absolutely. Did you get the water-cooled knee brace? I'm still somewhat amused or surprised that we took water cooling technology into medical devices. Hello, Elecnor. How are you? We've been having reasonable and normal conversations the entire day. Nothing weird in the slightest. Okay, Coke Can Man. What's your superpower? Stretching. You're very flexible? Nope. Reasonable and normal for this channel or society in general? Definitely this channel. Definitely this channel. I don't know if it qualifies. Fremenic equipment patch. I applied one of those to my boots, and now my boots degrade. But still, I think I think for this channel. You don't have many good friends with those you have are gold. I mean, who needs a lot of bad friends when you could have a few good ones? As we ignored some of the conversation earlier when I joined. I don't know what that conversation was, but I'm sure it was normal. Imagine being Mr. Fantastic, but every time you stretched, you got cramp or pulled a muscle. What? Oh, I mean, when I was like, my superpower is stretching, I didn't mean stretching me. Don't worry about it. You'd never use your powers again. Oh, yes, you would. Breaking the foot, like anything in the foot, I think in general, and maybe I'm wrong, I'm not a doctor, but like I think it isn't most like foot breaks is basically like the doctor looking at you and going, yeah, that sucks. And that's about it, because what are they going to do? Like wrap it so that it stays exactly the way that it stays anyway? Oh, licorice. Oh. They were all thrown. Elecnor, are you familiar with head candy? Everyone else was thrown by it. Licorice that goes over your teeth in order to keep you from, teething and anything that you put into your mouth in a passionate sort of way. It presents the scraping, and then everyone thought apparently you're supposed to nibble while we're using it, and it got all. And I'm just like, black licorice just made me shiver. Like that was the shiver. Do you not move your feet? I don't stand up. Immobility is my superpower. Well, sure, if your foot's bent at a 90-degree angle, they're gonna bend it back. But I think of it as just like, oh, I broke a bone, like one of these random ass phalanges or whatever in my foot, and now it just sucks. But eventually it'll, because I'm intrigued by the concept. It is a mouth guard type candy that is licorice and is intended as a novelty item, but in theory, an aid to fellatio in order to prevent contact between tubular structures and anything else that might be in your mouth at the time. They had to screw the bones together? Damn. Got made fun of. Your dad has slightly big brother energy. Your power is figuring out how to make some bullshit work with creativity? Useful power. Feet get immobilized because you don't know about me, but you can move your feet around. She's a witch. Burn her. I'm not a fan of licorice, but my wife really enjoys that flavor. I'm not a fan of licorice, but my wife's about to enjoy that flavor. I could be wrong, and I don't want to read too much between the lines, but that sounded a little bit like there was some bitterness there, Nikanoru. Like it's the slightest impression. The carpals and the tarsals. Now you're just making words up. I know you're not, but you know. All right. Well, we got some more boners and some more dragon stones. Can I make anything with red? Do I like have the capacity to make anything with red dragon leather? I don't actually know what level I need to be crafting wise, because I do need to get my crafting up. I need to hit 80 crafting, and honestly, crafting is one of the ones that I struggle to figure out how to properly raise, because it seems like crafting is basically spend millions of GP on shit that someone else for some reason has collected 1,000 of, so that you could then sit there and make the same thing over and over. What's up, Blaze? How you doing? You had to hold your foot in one position all summer. That just doesn't sound great. I'm doing fine, thank you. Other than the music turned off and now I'm listening to dogs. I think the idea is to not be worrying about being clean and dainty at that particular time. Okay, sorry. I feel like sticky at that point would only apply if things were drying out. So, and dry is not really a go-to there anyway. You've had your ankles twisted and rolled so many times. Man, you are way more active than me. Like, I'm sure, I think I've rolled an ankle a time or two back when I played, like, American soccer, European football. But it wasn't a common thing. Isn't it that I've always thought, and this could be wrong, or outdated or whatever, but I've always thought that, like, when it happened, if it happened frequently or enough, like, it made it more likely to happen because you were pulling, like you basically it's the tendons that kind of hold everything into place, and when you stretch those out, eventually, like, they get stretched out, and so they don't hold things in place as well. You twist them walking. Have you tried not spinning around while walking? What's up, Kapow? I'll be walking down the street when there's a bit of uneven cobblestone, and boom, there goes my foot. Ugh. Ah. Ugh. Ugh. I think the solution there is to just always be in very stiff boots. Hi, Cass. Try and roll yourself. Roll yourself. Roll yourself. I know you're watching me. Roll yourself. The jump pit at your high school had high clay content. It would become rock hard after getting wet. Meat to... That would happen infrequently when the football field got watered. Ah. Jumping into that doesn't seem great. What's up, English Dish? What RuneScape version is this? This is RS3. It is not OSRS. Your appointment with your cardiologist is this month. You know, I hope everything turns out right, you know. But if he finds anything, I hope he has the heart to tell you. Stiff boots don't do much for you, maybe. They do a lot for me. A lot of hiking boots have very narrow sole. Speaking of which, I need new shoes, but I hate buying new shoes. Because, I'll just say it, I'm putting it out there, I'm not a shoe guy. I don't get it. I don't get it. I've tried to get it. I've specifically found shoe people that I trust and been like, explain shoes to me and what makes shoes cool versus not cool. And they have explained whatever the fuck it is that they've said, and I've been like, the only thing that I can determine that makes shoes cool is if they're expensive, they're cool. I found no other criteria that was defining as far as aesthetic, that was defining as far as coloring, that was defining as far as style. It was, these are the cool shoes because these are the expensive shoes. And I just can't get behind that. But, so I have to buy new shoes, but it's always stressful to me because I don't know what shoes I should get that don't make me look dumb or whatever, because I've also found that these same shoe people will absolutely judge you if you aren't wearing the cool shoes. So it's like, I would prefer not to be judged, but I'm not looking to be cool. And so it's like a literal like friction point for me. The other thing is I don't want shoes that draw attention. I don't want people like I don't need bright yellow, bright high vis, like, or even bright white. Like, I just want good shoes, and it's stressful every time. Why would shoes make you look uncool? Because apparently there are not cool, like, you know, they're like, oh, you're wearing those $40 Skechers again. And it's like, what? I'm not familiar with RS Dragon Wilds. I think I heard Max mention it a time or two as kind of a separate thing, but I haven't done anything with it. And that's fine, Mosaic. Like, I don't have a problem with someone enjoying their shoes. I just would like to find out if it's as shallow as it always seems, or if there's actually a method or aesthetic to the madness of what makes shoes cool. It really just seems like it's just, these are Air Jordan, blah, 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 blah. I'm an Adidas person, so I only get this or that, and it's It's just putting on a brand and a price tag, and that defines the status of that shoe. It looks like my safes have respawned. But at any rate, I need to get new shoes. I got Timberlands because I've always thought Timberlands were pretty good and rugged, and then I think these are like 3 or 4 years. How long should shoes last? Because in my mind, it should be like a decade, but that might be a little excessive. I think these are like 3 or 4 years old. And my shoes do have steel toe, and it is obnoxious when I go to the airport. I'm going to be honest. I have not seen that, Cynthia, but that sentence, or those 2 sentences, are fucking wild to read out of context. But how much walking you do? I don't do a ton of walking. Mostly I do a lot of pudging. But here's the thing, is I do have, once a year, a con that involves a tremendous amount of walking. And a tremendous amount, and I buy, one of the things that I factor in on my shoe purchases is I would really like to be able to survive the con without hating everything about my feet and they exist. Been getting new pairs of work shoes every few years from Skechers. Their slip-on work shoes always feel really nice and last a long time, but wear down quickly if doing a lot of work and constantly on your feet. A decade would be wonderful. Yours typically last a year. I suppose, I mean, you know, like if you have like an outdoor, if you're like a person who does actual work, which I know that there are those of you guys out there, I'm not one of them. Like, I'm sure that the life duration of shoes is significantly different, but on my shoe shelf, I have 3 pairs of Skechers sneakers, 5 pairs of boots, and 1 pair of sandals. Guess how many of them I actually wear on a daily basis? Probably just 1 or 2. Like, I have found that most people, as they gather their shoe collection is a collection to collect, not of functional use. Currently managing a buffet. Man, when I worked as a line cook, that fucking tore shoes up. All the grease and splatters and shit falling down on them. Like, it destroyed the leather. It was like, death to the leather. Which is sad, because I enjoy leather in a lot of ways. Not you. Used to have so many heels in your 20s, you missed them? That's not the one I meant to do. I want to deposit all. I don't want all that. Yeah, put all that there. Damn, I have a lot of shoes. Bob, are you a shoe person? Again, I'm not trying to be judgmental towards them. I'm just saying, I guess if I don't, I feel like it's one of those things, if you don't get it, you just don't get it. You can't make someone get it. Ah. See, I have a insert, but this is, I tend to slide my shoes on and off, and I believe there's some evidence that might be causing problems. So, like, it's really just the heel that I fucked up, but the heel's pretty fucked up. But the other option is to, like, tie your shoes and untie your shoes, and who's got time for that? Like, who has that time? Get Hey Dudes, you can slide them on. I would like to slide onto a dude. Oh, are they a type of shoe? Then get slip-in ones. Oh, look, every shoe's a slip-in one if you're willing to, you know, if you try hard enough. Let's see. Dress casual. See, I tend to... I usually want a little heel support. I tend to kind of go for... I mean, a little bit more of a high top than this. And certainly I don't... None of this is... That's horrible. That's horrible. That's a look. This is Jacob Collier level stuff. That's a little bit closer, but this like front thing doesn't it's like duck billed to me almost. All of these have the weirdest front. This whole flat duckbill front thing that they've all got going on is wacky. Like, I don't know if that's what they all look like, but that's what all those look like. It kind of looks like, hey, dude, all their stuff is the same, just different variations of that duckbill design. Like, everything's kind of got the duckbill on them. Am I your mom? Well, you have 2 pairs of Chucks. I never know what Chucks are. Like, is it literally Chucks? Now you have to live with the image of putting on a shoe and it being sticky from slipping into them. I don't even know, like, I'm trying to have that image and I can't tell what that means. Skechers slip-ons. I also acknowledge that probably preferring higher backed shoes and then slip-ons probably don't work together. I mean, I don't know, like, ignoring the damage in the back, like, it's just a basic shoe, you know? Like, I don't want to have to worry about it. I don't have to care that it gets dirty. It's got steel on the front. And I don't know, it seems fine to me, but someone's screaming about it.
Sigmir thinks you've been sitting for...
God damn it, Sigmir. I haven't stood this up for so long that something's gonna get, some cord's gonna pull somewhere and everything's gonna go crashing down. All right, I'm standing now. I hope you're happy. Why do you need steel at the front? Are you in a construction zone? Look, my toes are important to me, and I'm never at a point where they're in danger, and I want to protect them anyway. I don't know. If you like those, then get those again. Yeah, but the backs blew out on them so fast. So fast being several years. I don't know that I need steel toe. Steel toe has been a little bit of an obnoxious with the, like I said, with the airport. Not that obnoxious, I just have to remember. If I forget, though, then oh god. So, let's see. I don't even know what style of shoes those are, though. You know, wait. Skechers, slip-ins, men's. I don't want to just leave the window open because, like, these things have a tendency to, like, pop up with, like, did you want to log into Google with your main account and shit? And ain't nobody got that. This looks a little kind of like, I don't hate that. Pretty basic bitch shoe, which is kind of what I'm looking for. Like, nothing stands out as like, that's weird. It's just a shoe. Like, I feel like just a shoe is a lot of my goal. Which is probably why they're not cool. You know, I tend to go black because once you go black, you don't go. But but I mean, I guess there are other options out there. See, this though, like, this feels like a whole lot of rubber in the bottom, you know? Like, I want to use protection, but I don't want it to be so thick that it looks weird. Those are smart. It just feels like that's a lot of rubber right there, you know? But do you need cool shoes? No. Well, my goal is not to get cool shoes because I'm not willing to spend that kind of money. But my goal is to get shoes that don't get made fun of by shoe people. And that's a very fine line. But anyway, you have lavender sketches with little rhinestones. That sounds cool. My goal is to accomplish a feat even a god would struggle with. Yes! Byzantine understands my struggle. Well, now I get why you're getting made fun of from the shoe people. Wait, what did I say that... See, now Cynthia's judging me too. I don't know why. What did I do? What did I say? Hey, God. Why do you care about the shoe people's opinion of your footwear choice? Because I care about what people think about me to an extent. Like, I don't need them to love me, but I would like to not be made fun of or not be thought less of. So I'm not going for prestigious, but I try and avoid disdain in both the person and the status. You picked your name, buddy. Hey Dex, how you doing? I think your first step being made fun of for your footwear choices would be to get a foot camera then. Well, I mean, again, I have to go to a con and be seen by people, right? Don't worry, Dave. The rest of us still love you. You just wear a shirt that says "Don't look at my feet." Doesn't that naturally make people look at your feet? Isn't that the immediate follow up to seeing a shirt like that? Is "Don't look at my feet"? Cool game. We're mostly just chatting, but what's up, Valdemar? My eyes are up here. Nothing says look at my tits more like my eyes are up here. You know? Reebok has some nice lightweight slip-ins. These Skechers don't look too bad. I want to complain about the prices, but then prices are insane for everything, and so the prices are probably just perfectly normal. Being a public figure has to have some weird disadvantages that way. I wear loud shoes when I give talks, and people seem to like them. Well, yeah, I mean, it's kind of, I don't know. There's an inherent cognitive dissonance there where it's like, if you're giving a talks or, and I mentioned like being at a con, like you want to stand out, you want to leave an impression. You want things noted and observed. But and intellectually I know that, but like my default is to not try and draw attention to myself. And so I've got to like figure out which is more important to me in the moment. Lisa's joining the Americas. Now's not the time that I would particularly be trying to come over, but like, okay, that's enough standing. So give me just a minute, and we'll be back in a second. I never really liked that window anyway. So, you're just helping out. Man, I've literally never gotten in all my wood cutting another. You got to get 4 of them. I think I have 1 because they give you 1 when you do the grove, but I've not gotten any of the Encanto whatever pieces. Why? So, Astrid, talk to me a little about your feelings here. What is it that was motivating you to flip the tables? You are young, so it makes sense. Also, Lisa, is it vase or vase? I'm leaving? Am I leaving? Do I even read chat? Oh, sometimes. So you were so you're, if I'm understanding correctly, and I just want to make sure that I'm hearing you. You, after I said that I had to leave for a moment, you felt a sense of abandonment and expressed that frustration and feeling in what could only be described as a destructive way, as a means to express that sense of abandonment. So my question to you is there a way that we can find where I can have these moments that occasionally will require me to step away, despite my not wanting to, that will leave you reassured that I will return, and that it's not a matter of a statement about how I care about you, which does not change, but simply a matter of requiring other moments. And can we take those feelings and can we move those in a positive direction where we get an outcome that's more, just a stronger sense of well-being for everybody? If it's old enough to be an antique, it's vase. I got lost like 3 words into this speech. Can you repeat everything you just said? No. Snug Splashman, thank you for the 34 months. I appreciate it. Oh, I see you broke the door, too. I do agree, in my opinion, Lisa. I feel like the word awesome has become overused. Like, I kind of tend to try and think of it in terms of, like, what it's supposed to mean, of being struck with awe, like staggering, and then it's like someone will be like, here's your drink, thank you, oh awesome, no problem, and I'm like, I don't think there was awe involved in this transaction. I don't think awe belongs as a descriptor for my purchasing coffee. What's up, Wicked Minion? Your cat is staring at you like you did the worst thing in the world for touching his tail by mistake. Maybe you did. Maybe, like, are you sure you're not diminishing your cat's feelings instead of trying to understand them? Because it's really easy to discount things when we only base it from our own point of view. But people aren't reacting to things based on your point of view. They're reacting to things based on their point of view, and that can be dramatically different. So an effort being made to try and perceive the situation from their point of view will go a long way to helping you to understand why they had the reaction they did, and in doing so, give you a better clarity of whether they were justified or even still not, and respond in a more empathizing and thoughtful way than just an immediate knee-jerk reaction of defensiveness. He is in my lap purring heavily and headbutted me now, so I'm confused if I'm in trouble or he just loves you. I believe that he's expressing that he cares about you. What's up, Night Owl? No regard for me at all. Maybe I was really excited for that coffee? Never gotten you really excited in my life. Oh, let's see. I'm chopping tree. I gotta fletch all the things. So I've kind of been going without it, and I found a spot that it doesn't matter that much, but it's still obnoxious of not being able to have a wood box that can hold magic logs when I've got to collect all these magic logs, right? But in order to get a wood box that can hold magic logs, I need to get my fletching to 80, and raising fletching's a fucking bitch! I'm like, there's got to be a better way to do this. Then I look it up, and they're like, no, just make 5 billion of this. And I'm like, oh, there's not a better way to do this. Did you miss the sing-along? Was there a sing-along? What were we singing? I don't think there was a sing-along, but now I'm curious if I missed it too. Night Owl, thank you the 62 months. Now he's ignoring you while sitting in your lap. I think that you need to understand that cats have a broader range of emotions than and perhaps more fickle range than typical people interactions, and so you're going to see a lot of variation that is a little can be confusing if you're not prepared for that. Sounds like you in Microscape? I mean, Microscape is a lot like Runescape, except smaller. Hence the name. Enjoy the graduation party, I'll ignore. Thank you for clarifying on Vase versus Vaz. Your insight and wisdom are appreciated as always. You're rewatching my Desolate Planet VODs. You're beautiful. Oh, stop it, you. You don't have to stop. You can continue. Stop. Don't stop. Did you ever get the map for a pet in Microscape? I have not. I do have 12 audience favors, so I could get one, but I don't know which one I would want should I to get one. Although it would behoove me, I think. I don't know whether audience favors carry over. Probably not. At some point, Microscape is going to release, and they'll do a reset. And so, you know, like, well, it'll all have been for naught. But, you know, it kind of makes sense, and these things happen sometimes. But I suspect, without knowing too much, maybe a little bit, the pets won't get reset, and so if you've earned your pet, then you get to keep your pet, and so probably again, who knows how it ends up once we're there. But in that regard, it would be good to take the audience favors that I have and pursue a pet so that I could continue to, or I could have one without then needing to start over on everything. You have 97. What? I mean, Well done. Okay. Kurosu, I'm going to be honest. I read that several times as I hit 32 flavors today, and I was trying to figure out if you went to like a Baskin Robbins or what sort of there was a whole like cycle, a flow chart of interpretation of what was meant by that before I got back down to Cynthia talking about their 90 some odd favors and realizing I probably had misread flavors the first time and should return. And lo and behold, I had. Well, that's what that was literally my point that I was saying, God Dragon. I mean, you watch as many streams as you want. I just don't like. Is the frog from fishing? How do you get the frog? Because I suppose I could just focus on fish. I mean, that's probably where all the why everyone's going for swordfish, right? So how do I do this? There was a time when you would go. Wasn't it somewhere here? Bottom right swamp. Mork. I'm assuming the riverside is the frog. All right, I guess like what are the different pets? What do we got here? Let's start there. What are my options? I can click. Aha. Pet map bog. That does it. It's safe to. Okay, but it doesn't tell me anything. Golem. I mean, a bog. Is that like a bog? Is frog? Okay, I assume Golem Core is like a little golem dude. Tinderling. Is that a tree? The text at the top. I don't think the text at the top is telling me a whole lot. For most of them. Suddenly the statement changes. Tinderling is a little ember. Okay. Pickles, I assume, is a pickle. Scoop the platypus. Okay. Riddle the magical book. Fibs the squirrel. Winkle the booterfly. Hubble the slime. And peace moth, the probably a moth. The slime seems kind of interesting. I don't know what I have to do to get it, but I can't say that I participate in a lot of druidic type behavior. So, for lack of really any knowledge of what and why I'm doing it, I guess we'll start with the frog and go from there. Brewing, which I have done none of. My herb law, besides being misnamed from herblore, is wood. So, swamp map, bog, start activity, audience favor, -10. I have 12. Confirm. Please be aware that this item does not directly grant a pet. Rather, it unlocks the ability to find a specific pet when playing Runescape. Pets are extremely rare. Okay. And we're traveling. We're traveling. We're trying to communicate with Mork. Trading my valuables for a questionable hand-drawn map. Nano. There's like 3 of us that understand that, Ecto. Okay, now I assume I have a map. I just don't know what it's called. Ah, pet map, Bogue. So now, the next step is to start fishing again. And then, basically, never stop. If I'm understanding correctly. Where the fuck do I fish for fish at? Apparently over here. And we're locked into doing this for the next umpteen years. If I'm to understand correctly. You Mayanite? Oh, you can't say Mayanite. If I go fishing, I will see odds of getting bog. Where? Never show me the odds, but where are they? I'm happy to hear she's getting lucky. Good for her. Speaking of, how's my bounty hook situation? To get further, you must invest some items. 3,333? There's literally no way that anybody's doing that. It's insane. What is this number? Those aren't the cheapest things, if I recall. I mean, they're not, they weren't, obviously, they were so expensive that I couldn't buy it, but, yeah, the amulets of power, like, $3.1 thousand golden rods sold for $350 each. I don't know how to do math, but that sounds like either 900,000 or 90,000 coins. And either way, I cannot afford. I mean, the amulet of power is a whole other thing. Not quantity. Here, and the amulet of protection shit, 555, okay. But, like, goddamn. God damn, I say. God damn. How's my energy? We're doing okay. I actually ran out of energy at one point a while ago, and that was weird for me. Normally, I stream enough personally that it doesn't. There's a little penguin. A little penguin over here. I see you, penguin. Look at you. Still dressed up for Easter. Easter's done, you little penguin shithead. I see you. Got him. I spy with my little eye a penguin. Those little guys are around, and you click on them and you get a point. I can join the beach party? Bro, I started the beach party for a while. I was at the beach party before the beach party was cool. Now I'm not invited because I'm not cool anymore. Because I'm old, withered, decayed. My time has come. My time has passed. Now I just sit chopping this tree, gaining next to no experience. I think the beach party was World 6, but I'm probably not on World 6 anymore because I hopped around looking for a cooking spot. Come to think of it, I don't have my proper wood choppy gear on. You're mining coal with Dutch? Working for the Dutch Trading Co. I haven't dealt with Tues for a little while. Ooh, magic wood spirit's nice. Don't mind picking that up. That goes over here. 30 slots left. You slot. So I have 1,833 unstrung bows. Did I buy any streak? I have 1,000 streak. Okay. And then if we're gonna skill at Fort Fuckery, we want to be on different world. And go over to the okay. Did I forget you can cook at campfires again? Who says I forgot anything? Who says I do in the first place? Ooh. Don't mind if I do. Give me that. Give me that. Give me that. Excuse me. Excuse me. Pardon me. Move, bitch. Get out the way. Divine Magic Tree? I'm in. Look at the logs. Look at them. They just arrived. It's so great. Okay, bye. Okay. Hey, wait. Whoa, 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 whoa. Stop that. Move. Move, bitch. Get out the way. You got to scoot. Have a good one, Rowan. Thank you for hanging out. Dutch has become the new Rockefeller. You need to get cooking level up to cook all your lobsters. I think I can cook lobsters. Wasn't I just cooking lobsters? I think I got my cooking level up by cooking all my salmon. You know, like one thing to another sort of thing. Any more? Hey, y'all got any more of them divine magic trees? Ooh, they do. Come back, come back, come back. Move, 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 move. Go, 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 go. Runescape remembers how long since I last logged in. 4,437 days. That's 12 years and change. I don't remember who did what, Ecto. Listen, I'm not an expert on U.S. magnates, except for Bezos. Sounds about right. I kind of wonder what that number was when I logged on, but I logged on so I didn't see it, you know? How's it going, Grass Vortex? You wasted all your feathers on arrows, so you mostly cook pies, and those take a lot of time. Yeah, no, like I looked at pies and I went, no, and then I did anything else. I was like, of all the things to do, I'm gonna do anything else, and so I was, and I is. All right, so the reason I hang here with everybody is because they have these pulse cores. Basically, I don't know that much. I've never seen one, but pulse core is like you get it, and when you use it, you get extra XP doing something, and then eventually you overfill it and it blows up. So you can't use it anymore, but when it blows up, everybody around for 10 minutes gets a 2% boost or XP bonus, and it stacks up to 5 times, so you can get up to 10% XP bonus. So right now I'm at 6%. And so when doing crafting and skilling and stuff like that, it's good to come here and kind of chill for a minute. I just got a, whatever the hell a love letter is, for 5% XP boost for 5 minutes. So, and then I need to, the idea is to fletch a fetch. So I come over here and I'm like, okay, all right, I need 14 of you. One less, and then find the streaks. And load up there. So now I have 14 of each. And then I come over to my presets. And I use one of my overwritable presets. And I overwrite it. And now that's a preset for that. And then I can use the portable Fletcher inside here. And start making things. So you can kind of triple up here. You get a bonus on occasion. Like you get a random bonus from fletching in the ranger station, and then you get random bonuses from using the portable Fletcher. So you basically, and then I do load last preset, and it puts that stuff away, it gives you that stuff back, and then we continue. So basically, it's like I'm getting 2 different chances for resources to not get spent, and the XP bonus that we're getting. The portable Fletcher helps you to make 2 items at once, so it sped it up a little bit, you know? All right. And then this is my life for the next 47 years. Good. I was hoping to click away and not be doing what I'm trying to do. I hope you have a good trip to Mexico, Carlos. We'll miss you, but hopefully see you once you're done, and you know, it's a good visit. We will kindly allow it. Take your time, spend time with family. Family's important, and you know, we'll see you when you get back. It's all good. It's all good. Fletch, fletch, fletch all day long. Fletch, fletch, fletch while I sing this song. I'm making shield bows, and a lot of them. All right, how much fletching experience? I need 16,000 fletching experience in order to get to 77. After 77, I've still got to get to 78. After 78, I get to 79. And then following 79, that's when I can get to 80. We'll keep a spot reserved for you, Carlos. It's true scared. But if I recall, you said you posted an interesting picture to Discord, and I had no further action with that. So, my love letter. No. Oh, the bonuses, they're dropping. They're dropping like flies. Honestly, flies usually fly, so the statement doesn't always make a lot of sense. Hi, Archer Moonstrike. How you doing? You're back? I'm Zine. Nice to meet you. I think, in theory, if I'm understanding correctly, and I'm not sure I am, but I believe I can use configure here and change it so the default action is string. And so now, instead of having to right-click, I just left-click it, and it gives me the string option automatically. So you can get that one less right-click search thing. The amount of messages you've gotten from logging in is hilarious. Why is that? Just like old people? Because I have 2 people in my friends list. Oh, I was like, what the fuck just happened? But I bought some woad. No idea who they were. No idea. Final Cadaver, no idea. I know who most of these are. Final Cadaver, not so much. I forget which the other one. What are the other ones? I think Gimmies. No, that's Dane. Might be Tennis Ball. No idea who that was either. Dane's not even on. What a bastard. Am too. I'm on my main, though. Ah, he's not willing to reveal his main to me. That's fine. This is fine. I understand. I'm not willing to reveal my main either. Rancor! Become a smithy in the microscape? I mean, I kind of am, but I'm stuck in smithy land where I have all this gold, but I can't smith gold, so I gotta go back and mine iron and coal, or either mine iron and then buy from the queen coal magnate, and try and level that way. And it's a lot of levels to try it. You gotta make a lot of stuff. I don't know if anyone's ever done all the math on it. I presume so, but man, once you get past 40, the levels in Microscape for me just got like cray. Like, I was like, oh my god, I want to pull my teeth from my nose. You know, like, it's, but, like, I understand you gotta have it scale up, but goddamn. We need to unionize against Dutch. Dark Attack, thank you for the 77 months. I appreciate it. Appreciate you. 70 is a cliff, too? Oh, goody. It does inherently feel like there's a gap in smithing for me with gold. That there isn't a way for me to raise my smithing without going to a previous ore, you know, previous tier ore. That doesn't feel right to me entirely, but tis what it is. Half a day off a week? Sounds like streaming. 5 years of Crowd of Loyalty. I don't even know what that is, but I know that I have this guy somewhere where maybe I don't have this anymore. Huh. Is it an aura? Maybe it disappeared. Maybe I pushed it somewhere and I don't remember. But I had an aura or something that you could equip that had been completely removed from the game, and they didn't allow anymore. And they had gone through an entire thing where it was like they removed it, but then they gave like sample things. It's just like it was all these different bits that I was like missed over because it all happened while I was gone. And so I've got like this unworking remnant of an item, a status, or something that they're just like, yeah, you can't do that anymore. We don't allow that. We're not here for that anymore. Nah, we're not gonna do it. But apparently it's gone away forever now, and I don't know where it is, or else it's not coming to mind because I'm not thinking about it. But there was a time when I had it. I wonder what it got yoinked for me, or where it went. I wouldn't have gotten rid of it. I've been like, nah, I need this. I mean, not need this, but like, you know, this is dear to me in a not that dear sort of way. Holy biscuits! I don't see it here, so, oh well. It was easy with steel pickaxe plus this other thing, plus this other thing, plus this other rare thing, plus this thing. Right. One in 500 chance for emeralds. Emeralds! But you have so many emeralds, so that's good. I fletched to fletching level. I can now make a rune brutal arrow. And I can make Catagon arrows in Daemonheimen. You're fletch level 83? Well, good for you! That means that you could make a magic box, but you can't give it to me. So, let's see. Now I need to do 153,000 more XP to get to the next level, and that's 2 levels away from the level I need to be at. Fletching and crafting. Not my favorite cups of tea. But man, thieving feels good. Like thieving. Enjoying the thievery. You already got heat gloves and fire making skill with ash glove upgrades really quick. I mean, I have a lot of the... I don't have fire gloves. I have a lot of the base component, though. I think I have 8 of the fire dwarf gloves now. So I assume that you're saying I convert these into the heat gloves, which then give me the coal keeper, and I level that up. I don't know where fire making comes into this. Womp womp. But presumably somewhere. Man, I have had the biggest issue, and it's the smallest thing. My right bicep is twitching like a motherfucker, and has been for the last couple days. Just like boing, 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 and it's like stop it. The gloves had a specific skill level. I have to be at a specific skill level in order to do it. Is that the idea? In order to use the thing, I got to do the thing and have the thing. Fire dwarf glove, adapt fire dwarf, heat glove and a bucket. Okay, it doesn't seem to indicate the bonuses. It gives you a bonus to smithing and defense. Coal keeper. Chance to use 1 less coal when smelting. Your chance is 10 plus fire making level plus ability level. I see. So 10 plus 1 is a 12. I have a 12% chance. Your left eye's been twitching for weeks now. It does get a little bothersome. Like, you know, it's not really, you're not getting a whole lot of sympathy for complaining about it. People aren't gonna be like, oh, that sucks. They're like, but it's a little annoying, you know? Well, at the moment, and potentially it sounds like for the next several weeks, I'm stuck fishing until I get this frog situation. I'm sure Zine has some experience with it being hard to get it up. Astrid, don't worry. You'll get old too someday. So, if that ability is there, do we not need that moth drop anymore? Did that change? So I thought you needed the moth drop to really cut down on the coal usage or something like that. There was some lantern with a moth that seemed... Oh, one gives you more coal and the other one makes you use less coal. I see. Load last preset. Listen, this takes a lot of attention, okay? It's taking a lot out of me. Less coal is still OP, for sure. Working on leveling smithing, so mining for steel rather than gold. Working on the coal now. It will be for next week. Yeah, like I said, I apparently now I am stuck fishing lobster forevermore. Will I find? Is it like? Do people move to the swordfish just because it's the natural skill up progression, or is it like? Do I need to be on swordfish to even have the chance of getting the frog thing? Any fishing gives a chance. I was told, I think Blue Frost said that there's a way to see the percent chance, but I don't know where that is. Now that I have the map, okay. Would you target the task? 1 in 77,906. I think I'm up to like 20. Those aren't great odds. That's not a great odd. If I'm looking at odds, it doesn't like 77,000. That's a lot of fish or lobster. Like, I feel like you're doing some serious ecosystem damage at that point. You know? Like, I have concerns. I don't have a new city quest for Metaphors. Ooh, excuse me? He said calmly. Oh, I do need to go dig coal over in Miscellanea. Next RS update is ecosystem collapse and fisheries management. Well, that's Microscape, but yeah. It's helping the environment with invasive species. I don't think lobsters are considered an invasive species. I mean, I guess it depends on where, but I in general, I don't think that's really... Apparently, pets should on average take almost 2 months to get each. I mean, they take a while to get, but I don't know that like, there's a lot of people who... I don't think pets have been out for 2 months. I don't think pets have been out for 1 month, and there's a lot of pets around. Granted, I understand how, a chance works, and that it doesn't mean that you have to do that, but... All right, that tops off my rep here. My approval rating is now 100%. I really have no idea what it is that makes the noise now whenever I transport, but I wish I could turn it off. It's like, it sounds like some ability firing up, but it's fairly new, and I don't know why. It wasn't always this way. It wasn't always like this. Oh, wait. I need to go to the command center. You like the boo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo? Can I build you? I can! Woohoo! Yahoo! All right. Now I have maximum of the 3 main buildings, which means we can now start to allocate resources to the other things. We have a spa situation, which barely I could just build, which gives me an agility XP increase on this island I don't do agility on. And then the hunter that gives me gathering, that seems good. But I have all these workers I need to assign. Like, all these workers. So... we need to kind of pick up where we've just drained out. Which are these 3. And then... honestly, I mean, these are doing pretty good. We just need to bustier up these guys a fair bit. Low, high, medium, medium, high, low, high, low. Okay. Before I built anything else on this except for the lodestone, I did just the main 3 because the end point of the main 3 is getting sleeping quarters, which gives you more workers to allocate, which means you generate more resources per hour. So it's like, I just raced towards getting maximum production and then figured then I can add on niceties after. That was my goal, my thought, my approach. You don't know what you should do? I mean, one of the things is that there isn't anything you should do, but there's just shit to do, right? And you just pick one and you just go with it. I find that you can get with, particularly with MMOs, whether it's RuneScape, Microscape, but like you can get into some real analysis paralysis trying to min-max everything rather than just kind of being like, let's get some shit done, you know? So I try and default, not to say that I'm perfect, but I try and default more to, like, let's just do something rather than worrying about whether it's the perfect something. You know, I mean, I pay attention a little bit to like what's good, you know, I take tips and things like that. But if I don't know, then I just grab something and run with it, you know? And as I've said before, I embrace, whether it's Microscape, whether it's this, I just embrace the inherent like ADHD-ness of it. Like I just, from point A to point B, like let's just go. Like why not? Like I'm working on this, so now I'm working on that, you know? Hey, let me show you some thieving, and next thing I know, I'm chopping, or I'm making planks. Like, who cares? You like to go hard into side quests? So, I mean, MMO, like, that's just, you know, content. But I have found that that I am developing a habit in certain games of doing side quests to a point where I get bored with the game and don't finish it because I was so into side quests that I basically spent all of my energy for that game before I actually, like, you know, got to the end of it. So I'm trying to be a little bit more mindful of that. I don't know if there's a reason to be more mindful of it, but I am trying to be a little bit more mindful of that. Every Skyrim playthrough. I actually make it to the end of Skyrim typically, I think. I say as I can't think of the end. No, I can kind of think of the end of Skyrim. The end of Skyrim was one of those where it's like, the end wasn't the end like 3 or 4 times. Like, you're like, yeah, oh. Oh. Yeah, oh. Sophine, how you doing? Your new toaster has stunk out the kitchen with its new toaster smell. Way to brag about having a new toaster. Was there a super dragon? Yeah, it's I forget his name. I feel like it starts with an A, but it's the dragon that initially attacks and that's like resurrecting all the other dragons. You gotta get angsty with him. But then you also gotta like you go to Valheim, Alduin. Yeah. And then you go to like Hammerstein or Valheim or Jotunheim or something and save the spirits of the Viking people from being consumed by Alduin. It's that whole thing was a little confusing. You hate the whole having to smell out new appliances? Do you hate new car smell? You weirdo. See, I told you to start with an A, though. Like, I was close enough. And then you got Nebuchadnezzar or something who's was a bad dragon, but chose to be good. And you have to add a mod so that the stupid-ass dragon warriors don't get angry at you for the secret society because you're not killing the dragon who's obviously turned good. Party snacks, yes. It's like you know, Epic the Musical. You've got Odysseus, and you've got Penelope, and you've got Telemetry, right? Telemonade, something like that. Telemetry is my personal favorite. Excuse me, what the fuck is a new car smell? Sir Rockefeller over here being able to afford a new car, what the fuck? Yeah. I had a corporate career for 15 years, and I worked two jobs at the exact same time. So I had dual income and I've never had kids. Yeah, I bought a new car before. But also, test drives exist. Fun fact, they don't smell like that when we build them. Well, I mean, no, it's the chemicals they use to clean and preserve the dash and materials. Like, it's by design, but... Dane, I always appreciate the witticism and insight and thoughtfulness you bring to chat. It's just too bad you haven't done that for so long. Dane is a delight. Hey, Dane, do you know how the firefly felt when the fan chopped off its ass? It felt delighted. I mean, I think any, like, chemical smell like that could give it, or even perfumes. Like, I've definitely gotten headaches from perfumes, so if it's too much, then yeah, I get that, Dawn. I'd like to smell like, less like factory. I do not, in fact, smell less like factory. I mean, is factory the grease smell for you? Because I dig the grease smell. What do you name a fly without wings? A walk? Walker? I hardly know her. I actually hadn't heard that before. I was just, you know, extrapolating. There are, in fact, two types of people in this world. Those who can extrapolate from an incomplete data set. I have so many mahogany logs to cut. Thank you, Dade. Why doesn't Oedipus use foul language? I don't know. Three types of program issues. Naming things and off by one errors. There are 10 types of people in this world. Those who understand binary and those who don't. He kisses his mother with that mouth. What are you doing, stepmom? I've made almost as much crafting or construction XP cutting planks as I did fletching with all those fucking bows. What was Socrates' favorite thing to mold? His bread? I don't know. Play-Doh. All right. All right. I think more I think you of all people should have given more attention to my 10 joke though, Dane. Let me run to the bathroom. I don't want to invoke any feelings of abandonment from Astrid, but I do need to go to the bathroom again. So let's queue this up, and then queue that up, and then queue this up, and I will be back in just a few moments.
Now I had the time of my life. No, I've never felt like this before. Yes, I swear it's the truth, and I owe it to all of you.
'Cause I had the time of my life, and I owe it to all of you.
I've been waiting for so long. Now I finally found the ones to stand by me.
We saw the writing on the wall as we felt this magical fantasy. Now with passion in our eyes, there's no way we could disguise it secretly. So we take each other's hands, 'cause we seem to understand the urgency.
Just remember,
You're the one thing
I can't get enough of.
So I'll tell you something. This could be love, because I've had the time of my life. No, I never felt this way before. Yes, I swear it's the truth, and I owe it to all of you.
Hey, baby.
With my body and my soul, it's more fun than you'll ever know.
So I'll just let it go. Won't be afraid to lose control. No.
Yes, I know what's on your mind when you say, play with me tonight.
Play with me.
And remember,
You're the one thing
I can't get enough of.
So I'll tell you something.
This could be love, because I've had the time of my life. No, I've never felt this way before. Yes, I swear it's the truth, and I owe it to all of you. 'Cause I've had the time of my life, and I've searched through every open door. Never felt this
Till
way.
I found
The truth,
and I
owe it to all of you.
Ladies and gentlemen, autopilot. time of my life. No, I never felt this way before. Yes, I swear it's the truth, and I owe it all to you. Because I've had the time of my life. No, I never felt this way before. Yes, I swear it's the truth, and I owe it to all of you. Because I've had the time of my life. It's been the time, and I searched through every open door till I found the truth, and I owe it to all of you.
Look, man, I don't know if any of this is gonna work out. I don't write harmonies, you know? I'm just here for a good time. Is this gonna make the cut? Is this annoying? Does this make your job harder to just have like a bunch of ad-lib shit in there, or do you just cut it out and ignore it? Do you even listen to this?
How you doing, Fred? Thank you for the 43 months. The Ultra Sub guys, tier 3 from Midrig. Thank you. Gift to all available. What the? Play Jackbox later. We need Jackbox. But I won't be on later. And I don't have the friends to play Jackbox with. Asher and I did the exact same thing. I looked up and I was just like, oh. Steak, baked potato, green beans. Well, you can keep the green beans, but I'll take the rest. What's browning on a piano bench? Beethoven's Last Movement. Goddamn. Goddamn. Jackbox, please, with Apple. I have Apple on Wednesday. I will and love playing with them. I just, you know, the lobbies need to be set up, but I will keep in mind your enthusiasm for it. A lot of coordinating, especially Jackbox, because it's a lot of people. You are welcome. How much more mahogany do I have? 5,000. I'm not entirely sure I've made much of a dent. I mean, I've done like 400, so like that, you know, but we have a lot of mahogany. We have a lot of mahogany. But that's all right. As I've said, when it's RuneScape on, it's just background, you know? For me, RuneScape means I want to deal with you guys. I want to talk to you guys. I want us enjoying ourselves and conversing and being amongst one another. You're having apple slices, a banana popsicle, and shredded cheese plus sour cream. Okay, now I'm picturing a smoothie where you take banana slices or apple slices, banana popsicle, shredded cheese and sour cream, and add milk and blend. This does not sound very good. Yeah, I think it has to do with basically it's the instead of using their algorithm of it's like everyone here who or only people who are here who are active considered active and not sub. I hate that combination. All of these things separately, except for the cheese and sour cream mixed together. That would be cursed smoothie. I think once you add sour cream to a smoothie, I think the rails have been gone off of. I think that's the end of the smoothie. I think it's 311 who have watched and been active today or I don't know. I don't know how it works, man. They do shit. Usually any change they make is just making it harder and the inevitable demise sooner, so I try not to pay too much attention to them. What's up, Magnus? Or Magna Ryu? How you doing? I mean, there's no way I have that many people watching stream. Like, I'd be surprised if we're at 200. Oh my god, we have 373. Hello, everybody! What are you all doing here? You're watching Zine play R3 while I play OSRS Leagues mode. Is that too much RuneScape? I also have a RuneScape mousepad, if not. You know. Hi, Saloy. Shh, playing games. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. Sigmar's like, I genuinely don't know why I'm here either. That's perfectly fair, Sigmar. Perfectly fair. Well, with that number, then the 311 kind of makes sense, you know? Like, it kind of makes sense. But that's a fair bit of lurkers. Nothing wrong with that. Come, hang out, lurk, do what you gotta do. That's just 15 more cents worth of ad revenue for me. Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, yeah. Daddy's gonna get a new ball of gum. What's your latest game, Chloe? What's up, Mohika? Kia ora. And now's a good time to remind you, as Lisa said, if you have Twitch Prime or Amazon Prime, you can link your Twitch account. And they changed something, the name Luna or whatever. I mean, they're trying to kill the product, like, let's be honest. But nonetheless, they haven't killed it yet. So you could use a free sub on your favorite streamer, whether it's here, whether it's somewhere. You should use it because it's Jeff Bezos paying money out that he doesn't get any money for. Like, he already got money for it, but let's not dwell on that. But it doesn't cost you anything. So, you know, help a streamer out. For the King 2, what are you getting for the King? Anonymous with the 5 gifted subs. Going out to Sarah, Cameron, Music, Mathisham, Penacillo, Timidin, Joker's Tricks, and Sir Dr. Dark. All from Anonymous. Anonymous, thank you so much. Jensen, thank you for the 38 months as well. Appreciate you. Thank you, Anonymous. Congratulations, you got gifted the subs. You were selected to get gifted the sub because you are pretty cool. And if you didn't get selected to get a sub, then maybe think about what you've done wrong. Reflect. Lisa is now officially an influencer. Definitely getting annoyed by him. People requiring my hands to help. Do you require my hands? Because I can help. I'm here to help. Beep, beep, boop, boop, boop. Indeed. Keep chopping, boy. Don't you stop chopping. We've got chops to chop, you chopper. If you're offering... You're not allowed to make those decisions without the committee. Which committee is this? The only committee I'm familiar with is the Itty Bitty Titty Committee, and I love those guys. You'd like a nice pair of arms? You enjoy arms? So you want someone from the army? I don't think I have, like... I have big hands, relatively speaking. I don't know what makes them good or not. But I've had people that seem to indicate that they were on the gooder side. But I don't think that I have anything to really show off with elsewhere, if even that. Definitely not arms. It's not about the size, it's how you use them. Well, usually I use them to try and give as much pleasure as I can, but that requires a lot of open communication and a willingness to try new things, and not everybody's into that. But, to each their own. I've had some nice arm moments. I must have been using prosthetic arms because, I've done more with less. Like playing games on the computer? No, I'm terrible at that, clearly. I need to look up and figure out where the fuck these ghosts are that I should be killing for Slayer. Get better at computers? See, here's the problem, is I was good at computers and now I'm getting worse at them. So, it's not ideal. It's not ideal, but it just, that's the way the crumble cookies, Ghost Abandoned Mine, level 42. Ghost Stronghold of Security, level 46. Ghost Spirit of Summer. Revenant Hobgoblin. Revenant Ice Feed. Revenant Imp. Found in the fuckery dungeon along with other revenants. So, do I need to, like, run past the fuck me over ghosts and try and find less fuck me over ghosts? You're murdering some cocks? That's my fetish. Soon enough, he'll be asking where the volume button is on the remote. Okay, all right. Settle down, Chloe. Settle down, okay? Listen, I'm no 12 o'clock flasher, which doesn't mean anything to kids these days, and that's kind of sad, but still. You've never tried a crumble cookie? Sounds delicious. I mean, they look good. They're expensive, but they look good. Arms don't need to look like you're on steroids to look good. What do they need to do to look good? Shoulders are connected to the arms? Not necessarily, but hopefully. You know what means. What did I do? What did I do wrong? Oh, 12 o'clock flasher, right. Wait, that implies that I... Hey, God. God damn it. Ayo? Where is my fucking mouse? Thank you.
My fucking mouse.
Ad break. If you don't want to see the ads, consider subscribing. You will avoid this upcoming ad break in 1 sec. You were cooking someone dinner? Well, I hope that someone appreciated your dinner. Sounds like a pain in the class to me. What makes a sleeve 3/4 sleeve? Isn't that just like t-shirt sleeve? Listen here, classhole. Fair enough. Below the elbow, but not to the wrist. The only shirt that came to mind with sleeves below the elbow, but not to the wrist was like... I came up with like the puffy, like, medieval white shirt that you have on like a... Where you wear it with and use a rapier and yell D'Artagnan at people. There's probably more than that, though, but that's what came to mind. There's probably more options than that. Think Raglan old school softball shirts. All right. Hang on. Googling what Raglan is. What's up, Starkiller Tofu? Elite Gamer? Oh, yeah, I mean, Microscape's taking so much of my attention. It's difficult, but I've somehow figured how to min-max them both. T-shirt is t-shirt, 3/4 is 3/4. I mean, nothing says nothing like that. It's like no means no. It's like, yeah. It'd be weird if it wasn't. Sleeves on to protect the tattoos from the sun. You got to be careful, you know. That tattoo of a hot bikini lady, if not taken care of properly, can start looking like the tattoo of a grandma wearing a elastic band for a string. You know, like you gotta take care of them. You can't feel parts of your mouth after eating the popsicle. Well, either that it's cold and you were numbed it, or you're slightly allergic to banana. 3/4 sleeves are great for springtime. Okay, I gotcha. Yeah, I don't wear those. But I'm told I only have 3 different shirts anyway, so... You know, if I add one in, then I'll have 4 different shirts, and one of them will be that, but... Sag. I would just be rolling it up to my bicep. Like, I would be constantly pushing it up. That's a lot. I thought you had 2. One to use and one to wash. I did laugh because the shirt I'm wearing now is one of the last ones I wore before doing the wash. And then I just grabbed a shirt out of my shirt pile when you know, in the morning. And it happened to be the whatever I grabbed. So it's like, I did wear the Marin Music shirt fairly recently. Button-up plaid? I don't ever wear plaid. The hell is that noise? Oh well, not it. You live in t-shirts and tanks year-round. You live in a tank? That's cool. Sunny Valkyrie, thank you for the 14 months, by the way. Thank you. Appreciate it, Sunny. Hoodies, should I push the sleeves up more than my 3/4 sleeves? I'm almost never in hoodies. When I do wear a hoodie, I do like my hoodies, and it's what I wear, but I don't wear them very often. Man, how terrible would it be if someone were to drop some more divine magic tree notes? Now you gotta see me dressed up as a lumberjack? Okay, I'm missing several key components to the lumberjack outfit. I don't believe I own an axe. I certainly don't have a stump. I don't have... I'm not sure what pants to wear, but it's probably not Levi's. I don't have a red and black flannel. And I don't have any masculinity. So, like, I feel like there's critical gaps in that cosplay that I would need to figure out how to fill in. But there is some dude who does the choppy on shorts that pops up every now and then, and he's pretty jacked. You're currently wearing your zine zip-up jacket that you specifically ordered oversized because I love those kind of jackets. Yay!
I'm a lumberjack and I'm okay. I work all night and I sleep all day. Just like my dear papa.
I recognize your Monty Python reference, even if I don't remember any of the words of the song. I actually don't know that I've sat down and watched Monty Python, the Holy Grail, all the way through. I have had to experience what I presume is the vast majority of it through my life and pop culture and references. But it was never like for me to go to, I want to watch this sort of situation. Did I wear flannels back in high school? No. I was never, like, I've never been flannel. I've never done flannel. In high school, I was gothic. I was like, Robert Smith has a poster of me on his wall, you know? I still have the trench coat. I still tend to wear black, but, you know, I'd say without the makeup, but I guess guy liner a while ago. But that was back before people talked to me. You know, it is a silly story on how I got out of being quote unquote gothic. He had the frosted tips. No, I didn't. I had frosted tips once. It was not when I was gothic. That was later. And I was like, nope, and didn't do it again. But yeah, there were definitely a lot of girls I remember who it was like their thing was their Doc Martens. And all I knew is that you could identify Doc Martens because of the stitching around the sole. And everybody wanted to be identified, like they identified as Doc Martens or something. I don't know the exact details. I wanted to check to see if I can craft with that red dragon leather. And also see how much bones we got. Wait, people talk to you? Well, in a manner of speaking, in an electronic manner of speaking, yes. That joke's technically transphobic, so I don't really go for it, Dex. Like, I don't think that it's, like, horrible, but it was, like, the original, like, I find identifying as something other than what I am and ridiculous, so I'm gonna say something ridiculous. So, I kind of leave that one behind. Never perceived it like that. Like, I get it because I don't think a lot of people, when it kind of became a little bit more common, I don't think people really put that together, but that's the origination of it, right? It's to mock those who identify different than how others feel they should be perceived, and I think people should be identified however the fuck they ask to be identified. Am I sure you're real? Is anything real? Does it matter? If I perceive you as real, does it matter whether you are or not? I do definitely think that not understanding what's real and what's not is going to very much become a problem and a much bigger issue here soon. I think that's going to be, for the next several years, if not from this point forward, a major difficulty that people are going to have to work on. You're a pigment of my imagination. What color are you? Boob says yes. It's like an 8-ball, except it's just poking a boob and not shaking an 8-ball. Hi, Turtle. How you doing? Pink, green, and purple all swirled together. Well, green and purple go well together, and pink is a lovely accent color. Interesting autocorrect your phone chose for you there, Astrid. The tech majorly fails at lighting and makes the mistake of doing studio lighting as well as a few other things that makes AI stand out, but there are advantages to have grown up with CGI. Yes and no. I think most people's current perception of what Gen AI looks like is that same plastic that was very ubiquitous, and the new generation of Gen AI is absolutely trashes that. Does that mean that there aren't errors and stuff? Well, sure, it's not. It's made by a machine not knowing what it's doing other than programming, but that doesn't mean that it's not going to become, for the average layman, a much more of a problem. It is not like easily identifiable for a lot of people on current gen stuff. If you're like, oh, I can tell every AI picture, then you probably haven't seen current gen stuff because it's crazy. What's up, Rend? My mom for breast cancer, had a radical mastectomy, and that just never bothered with the replacement. So she completely unfazed, and one side there's boob, and the other side not so much. But I think that also might be an age thing. Yeah. It sounds like your choices were good all around. You have my approval, probably. I don't know. You'd have my approval if not, too. So, like, I'm just approving. Let's see. We have... I am ending about 6 today. Oh, hey, magic tree! Magic tree! Give me that. We've got someone in from out of town to go do dinner with, so kind of a surprise early day. So just about an hour left to kind of chill and hang and do. My dad only has monoboob now. Well, my dad never really had boobs. He still has 2 pecs. That was the story about my mom, Odd Dragon. Who's gonna keep you entertained? Just take it to DMs with Lisa. You guys have a good time. Like, you know, there's options. Now to potentially die as I try and get through the gauntlet back up to... Saying they tend to have small details? Absolutely. Because good. It's fake. But my concern isn't how realistic it is, it's how easily fooled the layman who is not a technical person is by it. And the reality is significantly easily. Thank you, Sully. This is not the right spot either. We're still not at the right spot. This is like teleport to Scary Land. Still not the right spot. Been here before. Already done this spot. Survey says nope. Look at me drawing blanks. There we are. Because the thing that's going to happen is people are going to Gen AI stuff that to push a particular agenda or perspective, and people are going to be inclined to automatically believe the things that are things they want to believe, and so it's going to reinforce their presumably, potentially, I guess not presumably, potentially incorrect belief, and make them ever more entrenched in that incorrect belief. So you lose it creates a huge vector to further manipulate those who, to my perception, are already being manipulated, and make it easier and make the problem worse. Don't you always draw blanks? No, I always shoot blanks, and that's because of the vasectomy. But I don't draw them always, you know. But the good news, such as it is that to some extent, it's only been used to, turn people into Jesus, like Red Cross figures, and look stupid. But that's going to change. I mean, deepfake and Jedi are the same thing. Like, it's all just one's just an evolution of the other. I'm sure it is, Nigaro. As I said, I only expect that problem to get exponentially worse. It's not a happy fun time for that particular deal. You know where that goes absolutely ham, though? Again, not saying good or bad, just observationally, is in the fantasy porn department. Like monsters and tentacles, and like that area is experiencing rapid growth. Enjoy your lurk, Headless Jester. Yeah, I mean, that's the other direction, too, is, again, going back to layman, is it's not just that interpreting fake things is real, but also interpreting real things or disregarding real things as fake. Equally problematic. Odd to you, maybe, Lisa. Might have been my jam. I don't know. The girl was a fleshlight. Like, I mean, the thing is there's all sorts of fantastical stuff there, and it's fine, whatever. Like, people, you could look at any sort of manga, hentai, like, and see that there's a lot of, like, weird stuff. What I say weird in a not normative types things. And so, yeah, Gen AI plus that, go ham. You're forced to question almost everything unless I explicitly know the source. Exactly, Dane. Exactly. And Hank Green actually did a thing where he talked about 5 times that he had been fooled, you know, where he saw something or was told something and believed it, and then, you know, researched it and found out to be it was wrong. And one of the things that he talked about in that was like just how much more likely he was, you know, based off of his experimenting and kind of looking at this, to believe something that reaffirmed a belief that he had, whether it was true or not. You know, and I think that's just all of us. Like, if it's something that we're like, yeah, that's what we would expect to be or expect to have happen, then we just take it as without questioning. And I regret that we've come from a world where that's wasn't necessary, but it is now, but we haven't learned and been trained to question all that, to not believe it. Unfathomably based. Is this a name you've given him? Is this a name? I don't know. I don't know where that's come from, but you know. You hope nobody has used me for porn? I don't care for me. Like, you know, if I help you in some way in a moment, have a good time, doesn't affect me in the slightest. Tentacles, Astrid, as is tradition. You just like his content? Well, yeah, he's fucking amazing. Hank Green is fantastic. You can't believe your eyes unquestioningly, but I don't think that any of us, even those who say that, are disciplined or have the time or energy to genuinely question everything that's presented. Bye, Astrid. Thanks for hanging out. Have a nice night. It's exhausting. Yes. Yes, it is. Let me tell you a story about exhaustion. I don't know. I'm not going to tell you a story about exhaustion, but yeah. That is, you know, like, don't necessarily try and take things in a geopolitical, but it is definitely a topic that affects us and is part of it. So while oftentimes we try and ignore it and have this be a refuge from it, at times it's also good to acknowledge that this is a concern. This is a thing. This is a thing we have to deal with, you know? I feel like without it being, or how do I say this? While recognizing that I'm casting a wide net, and there's probably not people that are correct, I have found that those who insist on like this needs to be a say are the ones that are most in need of addressing and acknowledging and recognizing what's going on instead of just trying to avoid it. I'm glad you enjoyed, Lisa. I've enjoyed talking to almost all of you. Hey, Scarlet, what's up? The ones that need to hear this are the ones missing it. I mean, that's the paradox of all of so many things. You know, the people who should be in power are the ones who don't want to be. The people who shouldn't are the ones that do. Yeah, the end. Period. Exclamation point. Question mark. You've mainly just stirred some shit today? That just sounds gross, David. My dad was union through his career, so I grew up in a union household. I think that there are unions that have caused problems for other unions and you know, as in all things, power has led to problems, but I am very much that workers should be organized and supporting each other and having the power instead of it being not. Not much for you today. Just being chill with your best bud tonight. Well, that sounds like fun. I hope you enjoy. Union? Question mark? He said, asking a question without enough context for anyone to know how to answer it. I was part of IATSE, which was basically the stagehands union. When it was one of my early jobs getting out of high school. So I kind of went right into that, and so that was a pretty interesting, cool experience. Some cool stories and stuff like that, but didn't ever really have. I wasn't ingrained in it enough and long enough and deep enough, and I was too young to pull a perspective of the union aspect of the whole thing. It was, for me, it was just, I pay some dues, and then every now and then I get called out to a job at a concert or a show and move boxes. But it was nice in a way. Like, I didn't have any problem. I feel like the shit stirring literal conversation could probably be done. I feel like there's other things we could talk about. I just wasn't sure what it meant. Fair enough. In the context that we're talking about, unions are basically the idea of all the workers banding together at a company or in an industry, depending on the size, and working out a negotiating a group contract with the employer, the company, and basically it gives the workers a stronger voice rather than individually, right? Most companies, you think about it, you're like, oh, you go in, you talk to your boss, you ask for a raise, he says not so much, and then you move on. But this is more like the company has been questionable in its labor practices, and so everybody gets together and they go and they basically are like, we demand, like, if you the 5-day work week is a result of unions, paid time off, like these are benefits that are negotiated with the company to say, if you want us to work, then this is what you have to give all of us. And the company can't just it puts a lot of rules on the company of how they interact with the employees, and it puts some rules on the employees, but it basically gives the employees collective bargaining power for their own placement and treatment within the company. Yes, when I'm explaining unions, I am talking about like railroad unions or unions. What's a union? Like a railroad union. No. But it is, the pros are that, again, it is worker centric, labor centric. and much more likely to ensure and get better wages and treatment and benefits to the workers is in general the positive. The negative is usually there's a due that you have to pay per month, so to the union, because there's bureaucracy that goes into it running a union, and so it needs money to pay the people who are doing the administration. And then companies obviously hate it because it takes away their individual their ability to basically, I don't have a way to unbiasedly say this, and I'm trying to be kind of unbiased, but in a biased sense from my perspective, it takes a company's ability to exploit the workers who don't stand up for themselves more. Basically it's like there's all these stories about how you hear about Johnny just hired on at a company and he's at a wage that is market wage, which is $10,000 a year more than the guy who's been there for 5 years, but hasn't demanded raises. And they're not going to give raises to that guy unless he demands it, because why would they? It's money, it takes away from their profit. So again, it's like, what is tilted towards the company and the entrepreneur and making maximum profit, and one is about ensuring working conditions and safety and benefits for the workers. Now, there's all sorts of arguments and stuff that are nuanced to be made about whether the company can afford it, their profit, like all those different things. But from a very, very high level, it's like basically, are you labor or are you corporate? When new mod pack with Cap, it will start just as soon as it does, and we'll let you know once we're there, Floral. But not for a little while. Cap is not available at the moment. He is indisposed. But yeah, it's not just about like hiring or even pay, but it's also like, dealing with discrimination issues, unfair firing, that sort of thing. Like as an example, and you might have heard of union strikes. A strike is basically all the workers collectively in that union saying, you have not agreed, we do not have a contract with this company that has been signed to keep us working. We do not agree with what you have offered. So until you're ready to offer us something that is more agreeable, all of us are no longer going to work. And through the pressure of that job needing to be done, they exercise their collective power to push the company to provide better benefits or wages or what have you. It's just leveraging group power. It's saying we're working as one. Now, again, all things have their pros and their negatives. One thing against the union is it's like one guy might be busting his ass and the other guy might be just skating by. They're still going to get the same wage because it's all collective. They're together. There'll be wages that like differences for, there's different tier structures, stuff like that, but there might be like for different positions within the company, but it's like all the people who are picking, packing, and plucking in that company are all going to get the same wage in a union because that's what they pay their picking, packing, pluckers, and so it can disincentivize an individual employee from working harder than they might have because they see their other employees not or getting equal wage and compensate without putting in that effort. So that's a potential negative that you could look at. It can where it gets problematic is when again the union gets enough power for a critical service that they're able to create terms that are like particularly, they start forcing everyone's head. In a critical service, and I'm not pointing anyone out like police, but, a critical service like that going on, they would have a lot of power and could potentially, if you were in the police, have unions exerting a very problematic amount of power and issues and protecting its members when they really should not be protected. But again, I don't want to call it any industry like the police. But that could happen. That could be something that's out there. My dad went on strike as in the trucking industry. I remember that when I was younger. You know, hypothetically, exactly. We're not trying to identify anybody specifically. We're just saying that if they were like the police union, they could be, you know, a big part of the problem in certain circumstances. But in general, I want to be very clear and, you know, up front, I am very much for pro-worker. I think labor, and I look at the list of the list of billionaires, the treatment of corporations to its employees. I feel like labor has had the not necessarily unspoken, but the mutually agreed upon social contract of labor to company has been fundamentally torn up by profit-seeking behavior in late-stage capitalism. That's my personal belief. And so I very much lean towards the worker, and my answers are going to be towards worker. I'm sure someone who leans towards pro-billionaire, dragons hoarding their gold and making everybody else suffer, if they're inclined that way, they might have a different perspective. That was perfectly unbiased, right? You're a Gen X New York City native. You wouldn't know anything about problematic unions for things like the NYPD. No, like, again, we're not calling out any industry. We're just saying that if they were like the NYPD, that would be a potential problem. It's hailing? Ah, hail. Hails, bales. God. Today we earned 47,000 construction, 64,000 wood cutting, and 573,000 thieving. Over 500,000. These safes are ridiculous. I love it. I would assume that I have a larger sample size of Gen X people here than most Twitch streams. I don't have the demos, specifically to say so, but I would guess I'd put some money into that bet, Which I don't understand. As a 28-year-old, that makes me a Zoomer? Am I Zoomer? What? I don't. What? I definitely give off big Zoomer energy, though. You're too old to know what term you are? Well, either you're Boomer or you're Gen X if at that point. Pick your poison, I guess. Millennial? Millennials are getting up there now. Yeah, 28 Zoomer. Yeah. We want to think that millennials younger, but millennials like 30s now. Trust me, I get it. Like, it sucks to hear, but... Hi, hello, I'm back. Hello, back, I'm Zine. We don't realize we're millennials, so we're told, then we get mad we are. Dude, there's a lot of, what's the right way to say this? Each generation has its trials and tribulations, and each generation feels like they were particularly they went under it had to deal with particularly significant hardships comparatively. But I think millennials got shat on pretty hard. I think millennials got the bad end of a stick a long way along the line. I think they were sold an entire bill of goods, their college degrees, their values in the workplace, their abilities to get homes and all that, and then just had the entire fucking rug yanked out from underneath them. I love the Zoomers for how accepting they've been and seem to be. I don't know whether it's continued, but Zoomers are just like, you know, when it comes to the sexuality, trans issue, like they just seem to be like, whatever, we don't care. Like they're just people, and that's the way it should be. You know, it's just they're just people. Like, who cares? What's it matter? And I love Zoomers for their acceptances and stuff there. Alpha, I haven't seen anything from to make me like there. I haven't forgiven Alpha for Skibidi Toilet yet, so they've got some makeup work to do, and I haven't seen any being turned in. But you know, I'm trying to keep an open mind. How old are Alphas? I think Alphas are teens. I'm just going off of my vague notion, not on it, you know, actually looking it up and telling numbers and stuff, but. 13 max. I mean, that'd put them at like 16, but either way, there's always that like those weird kind of couple crossover years. But you know, they're young enough that I haven't seen their accomplishments yet. But I know that one problem that it seems like Alpha and maybe even Zoomers have picked up a little bit is that when it comes to horrific world events, like, you know, World War II or the Holocaust, the horrific event happens and you get this collective horror implanted in the psyche of people. And they carry that with them. And so the silent generation and boomers, you know, raised horrified at that happening. And they pass that on to Gen X. Gen X passes on to millennial, and each time that happens, you can't fully convey the horrificness of the event. And so generationally, down the line, the event stops carrying the weight of horror that it used to. And I think that that's why you're seeing like the younger, like particularly younger generations that are getting highly influenced by you know, these far right red pilled like is that they've lost they even though they're told conceptually, yeah, these things are bad, you know, Nazism is bad, that sort of thing, it doesn't carry any meaning to them anymore. And I don't think that's a failure of parents. I don't think it's a failure of education. I think it's just how humans work, which is one of the, you know, leads directly into the history's bound to repeat itself thing, is like we can only maintain for so long a memory of an event in a way that it is stamped in our psyche, you know? It's like 9/11 jokes have started coming around again. And it's like, for a lot of us, that idea is just like horrific. But you get far enough away from it, you're young enough, it stops being an event, it stops being something you remember, it stops being something meaningful, and it becomes a footnote in a history book that you don't care about while you're learning. And, you know, again, I think it just is what it is. But that's my biggest concern personally with the younger generations that I've seen, is that there is a bit of the loss of, like, you know, some of these things were genuinely horrific. It's not really funny, and you don't want to go back there, but you can't just tell someone that and have them know, you know, like there's got to be a personal experience. There's got to be, and we don't want to give them. We're specifically trying to avoid the personal experience. So it's a what's the right word? Paradox in terms of how to try and convey and share, but also have them understand what's going on. Collective memory starts to erase what our species as a whole fought for. Yeah. I mean, and that's just how it goes. I don't say that judging anyone younger who doesn't, who's doesn't find the idea, doesn't hear 9/11 and immediately like have this like kind of internal horrific response. I don't blame, like they weren't there. It's just a footnote or even a chapter in the history book. And they've got other things. They've got all the shit they've got to deal with every day. And rather than just trying to focus on the shit that other people, older people to deal with. But it does make it to where it's like concerning from a macro level of they're becoming open to things that are much scarier than perceived by them. Why do you think there's a difference between men and boys, women and girls, with the acceptance of far-right red pill things? I don't have enough expertise or knowledge to answer that in any sort of, or even to formulate an opinion. I think that if I had to extrapolate, and again from a very uninformed place, I would say that the way that men are raised and the way that women are raised in a typical household is still different. The parents can same parents, but the mechanisms with which they discipline, the mechanisms with which they teach, are perhaps unintentionally, perhaps and not specifically biasly, but just that there isn't a perfect equality there in the way that problems are handled, perceived, and disciplined, and lessons are given. And my guess is that through what I would speculate is probably more aggressive handling in male children versus female, that it introduces that sense of machismo, that higher level of aggression that can be harnessed and used and manipulated later on. But I'm no fucking expert on that at all. And that's just me grasping at what I would extrapolate. And I don't want in any way that to be taken as here's what's going on. You grew up knowing that your grandfather and his brothers fought in World War II, heard the horror stories directly from the mouths of people who were rescued from Nazi camps. People half my age would hear those stories third or fourth hand, and the human mind inherently wants to reject what we are capable of such horrors. Such the impact is lost, softened by the passage of time. Very, very much so. And that is one of the things that's like, they specifically said and took pictures and documented the concentration camps because that was a genuine concern of people won't believe that this happened. And so that's one of the reasons they did that. But, then later on, there's something that's doctored and it makes it so that he's like, wait, if that can be doctored, then was this thing doctored? And like that semblance of doubt is instilled all over. And particularly now with, Jet AI and stuff, now we have to approach everything with doubt and disbelief, and it has to be proven true instead of being assumed true. And so it's just, now we're full circle. Exactly. It's very, very problematic and very cyclical. But that's, and ultimately that comes down to, again, history repeats itself. That statement means so much, but is so meaningless because everybody's heard it. But it means so much because there's so much truth that we experience something, that experience is passed down through generations until such time as that experience is lost. it doesn't carry the meaning enough that the experience can then be repeated and the cycle repeats. And it shows up in different forms, of course. Like, it's not like literally. I think the people end up like, are we going to literally end up with, you know, people saying Heil Hitler and all that shit? Like, not necessarily. It's going to show up in a new guy's dressed up in a different way for, you know, for the current times. But that doesn't mean that it's not still terrible. It doesn't mean it's not still horrible. And it doesn't mean that it's not still the same fucking thing that has happened so many other times, you know? This pursuit of power, and I don't even, like, I never get past what does power mean to them, and like, that's where I get, like, what is that, what is the power you want? And I don't think they even necessarily know, other than they want to have it, you know, power over other people. Why? Don't know. But they're willing to step on all the others to get there. I'd also appreciate it if, you know, no one made an out-of-context clip in there. Because I certainly was not in any way talking in a positive manner about anything. That was a, I should phrase that differently in the future moment, but can't go back. I got an elite sealed scroll. I've done hard. I've never done elite. It's probably just 18 more steps, if I had to guess. Clearly deepfaked. Yeah. That's just someone using Gen AI to demonstrate that deepfakes are easy. All right, let's go to Lumbridge. Let's drop this off, and then let's pack it up. Sorry to psychobabble so much. One last thing to say on the whole horror thing. If you haven't ever been, have the access to, and feel like you can manage the emotional toll of the experience, I strongly recommend that people visit a Holocaust museum. It is sobering and grounding, and not just for the context that it covers. It speaks to the evils of blind obedience and cults of personality, as well as the terrible those things can enable. Yes, and we absolutely are demonstrating a huge problem with blind obedience and cults of personality in current socioeconomic times. You missed so many things trying to not get spoiled in Horizon. Yeah, the two different continents is crazy. What's up, Mugo? It's been a while. Interesting. Yeah, you came in podcast rant point, and I'm sorry about that. All right, turn all those in, empty that out. I've got 360 pillar points, which sucks because I need to get to 2,500. So there's some basic bonuses that I can get that like aren't even as like interesting to me. You can spend pilfer points and get like for every 1,000 I can increase like by 2% my success rate, which maybe that is a good play, but ultimately what I'm looking for is to get I finally made it and got the Master Thief's lockpick, but I'm looking to get the Master Thief's stethoscope. And really the only difference is that I can put on my tool belt and I don't have to carry with me. Whereas currently I have to carry it with me. That said, like, it's a little moot anyway because I still have to carry the loot bag. So it's like if you know, I mean, yes, it's one item slot that I'm gaining / sacrificing. But that's generally my goal for and what kind of started me down the safe cracking route, and then me realizing like, oh, this is actually kind of cool. I can now pickpocket the Rogueway captain at the Rogue's Castle in the Deep Wilderness. Actually, that's literally where I was. So, Ithel District of Prif. Oh, that's a Prif. I haven't unlocked Prif. There's I joked about how Max diminished me by commenting on my mid game, but the reality is there's still an entire fucking area that I haven't unlocked and don't have the ability to unlock right now or yet. So, I mean, it's still up and coming, but let's get up and coming. How's the day been so far? I enjoyed my conversations with you all, and I hope you all enjoyed it. And if I upset you with my political views, then I accept that. And unfortunately, for the most part, past the point where that bothers me. But I like talking to you guys. I think most of you are neat, and I hope you enjoyed being here as well. If you're like, man, I just came for the microscape drops, I get it. Welcome. That's fine. Do what you got to do. Get what you want to get. But thank you guys for being here, for hanging out. He likes us, nerd. The way she diminishes me and reinforces negative response to my complimentary actions towards you guys. Basically instilling well, I shouldn't do that anymore because I only get a negative response. And in some ways self-defeating, but nonetheless. Your wife's birthday is tomorrow, and I just blew up some pretty old balloons. I imagine a safe oral practicing prostitute would have a similar mouth taste. Yikes! Berkey, thank you for the $100 tip. I appreciate you. I hope you have a great birthday with your wife tomorrow and have a great time. Appreciate you all. Thank you so much. I will see you tomorrow. Love your faces and good night.
You carry the world upon your shoulders.